I see Honeybee's comment. So I did not make it in. You can see I'm at my house. Can you hear me? Uh that's because I was up till 2 last night editing days 5 and 6, and I'm still editing. I'm so close, but I woke up late, so I didn't make it. I was thinking about trying at lunch. I'm gonna text and see how many people are there, but I am here, so I'm gonna watch with y'all. I'm gonna watch with y'all. So here we go. I know, I know, I know. It was crazy. I'm so close to this stupid video being done. It's the captions. I like being able to add the captions, but captions aren't always correct. So, and I'm trying to catch, I'm behind on a lot. So I was like, it's fine that I woke up. It was meant to be for me to watch with y'all, finish this video. And then there's a couple other cases that I'm trying to catch up on. So actually, I think during lunch, I will attempt to make some calls that I've been behind on to try and get some information. So yeah, we're going to scream together. I don't know who the witness will be. I think we did Patreon only yesterday. So I said in the Patreon that because the stream had went out, it wasn't clear if the state had rested. It seemed like they did, but that is not accurate. The state has not rested. In my recap, I include the clip of the judge saying that now. So the state has not rested. They just allowed Wally to come on the stand because of timing, scheduling, and it was obvious because of what Relly had said. So we should be back to state witnesses today. It will not be like the defense is not presenting their case yet. It makes sense if it's going to be a cop. I could have been, you know what? It didn't seem like Brianna was in court yesterday. Maybe her court days are over. She did her 3-day run. Nika Knight said it's a cop. Well, she's probably there. She's there. So that would make sense. If she said it, you can trust it. The other thing I was going to say, the other thing that was said is that the prosecutor said a lot of people have reported, let me take this. A lot of people have reported that Rocky was going to get 24 years, which I don't think people were saying he is going to get. I think people were saying, including me, was saying he is facing up to, which is the correct phrasing for that. Each charge, the maximum is 24 years. But they said originally that I think it was day 1 of jury selection, the prosecutor said, if he is convicted, I want him to make sure he's making a good decision, because if he is convicted, we are seeking 10 to 12 years, is what he said on day 1. Yesterday, the prosecutor said, if he is convicted, we would never seek the maximum. We have no grounds to seek the maximum. We would seek 8 to 10 years. So now it has gone from 10 to 12 to, if he is convicted, the state would recommend 8 to 10 years, not 10 to 12 or 24 years. So yeah, yesterday he said he would ask for 8 to 10. So, and again, that is the suggestion recommendation from the state, but it would be up to the judge to make the decision. Yeah, yesterday was a lot. If I can finish this, I want it to be done. I want to so badly to be done with this recap. I'm on minute 13 and the video is like 28 minutes long. So I still have 15 more minutes, and I'm going through the captions. Once we get to the phone calls, though, at the end of the day, there were a bunch of the phone calls that were played. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna do the captions for the phone calls. I'm so sorry. Yeah, I can't. Half the time, I can't understand what's happening. So, yeah. Didn't the judge ask if he wanted to still go forward with the charge? So I thought, Katie, I saw that is being reported, I think, by Justice Served. They're the only ones I've seen say that. I don't know if anybody else has seen that. They're the only ones. They said that they had multiple people confirm that, exclusively report to them that is what's said. I don't know. I'm obviously not there today. So if it was said, I also can't hear it. Maybe I should ask. Maybe I'll ask somebody to see if that is being said. I personally haven't heard that and haven't seen anybody else say it. So I don't know. But that is what Justice Serve, that platform, is saying. Yeah, he did. On the call, he said he came up there and he chest bumped me, and then he pulled out a gun for self-defense. That is what he said. It was a bizarre thing to say. It was a bizarre thing to say, is what I would say. Saying that he needed to present his firearm for self-defense is an interesting thing to say. But I think Relly said a lot of interesting things, because I don't think he is putting together the things he's saying. Yeah, I don't think he understands. Cuff Boy said during YSL the captions seemed long. Oh my gosh, was he doing captions for all of that? I only am recent to the captions. I like them and I want to make sure that I do them, but it is challenging. Oh my gosh, it is very challenging. And this AI generator, caption generator, is not, they don't be knowing what's being said. So it has taken me a long time, very long. T. Christie says, I feel like the judge will give less than the recommended time if he is convicted. You know what? Oh, I'm gonna make myself back smaller. You know what? The advantage of some of these cases is that the judge gets to hear everything as well, just like the jurors. But because of the fact that they are judges, right? Like they get to, they get to give sentences that they feel like is fair. And sometimes that works obviously to the benefit of the defendant, but sometimes it doesn't. I think there were times, this is my opinion. I think there were times during Relly's testimony that the judge would even be like, wait, what did you say? Yesterday you said, okay, now the question he's asking you is this, and what is your answer? So I think, the credibility of their victim in this case is not strong, but I've said before, and I'll keep saying, the question is, this is a question, does that matter when you are presented with a video of what the state is saying is really what Rocky with the real gun? Like that is the question. But all the defense has to do is give some reasonable doubt. They just got a little bit of doubt, and we'll see what happens. So anyway, like this. We'll manage just fine without the phone. Well, praise the Lord, okay? You ain't missed nothing, hey girl. That's the thing. I wonder what the jury is thinking. I wonder. Oh, wait, you're saying it started? You know what, July? This is the truth. I don't know what the minimum is, but this is the truth. That is facts. But I think they mentioned even probation. So it could be some probation time based on the kind of charge this is. What's the tea I like? What? I forgot my tea. Hold on. Oh. Sorry. Okay. The credibility of their victim is almost non-existent. I agree. Although I'm so curious if you guys did watch yesterday, those calls, there was some very interesting moments during the calls between Relly and Wally, right? There were some interesting moments. Him mentioning self-defense alone was interesting. But one of the things that the prosecutor, Lewin, said was during these calls where Relly did not know they were being recorded, did Relly ever mention the gun being fake, that Rocky didn't shoot him, that Relly himself had a gun, any of those things. And the answer was always no. Somebody said, though, of course it's going to be no, because he doesn't want to get caught up. Like, why would he ever tell anybody, that it was not real? I think, so that's the truth. Brandy is saying, I don't remember who said it yesterday. It was in the Patreon. But the statement about if we are talking about it and having doubts, the jury or some of them do also, which I think is a fair point. If we are discussing it, the jury is we. The jury is us. So are they going to as well? I'm so curious, what is sticking with them? What are they hanging on to during all of this? When I was in court, there were moments when all of them appeared to have their notebooks in hand and taking notes. Everybody is writing. And a lot of times it was during Relly's testimony. So, oh my gosh, you know what is so funny? Khadijah, my mom keeps saying the same thing. Every time my mom calls me, she's like, I am just convinced that he has a story. He has a story that he is sticking to. And anytime you throw him off that story, he is off. That's hilarious. That's exactly what she's been saying. I mean, fair. There was some screams happening. Sorry, my husband is trying to get me a drink. Not a drink, just a drink, to be clear. It's a little too early. I don't see it though. Okay, it's not coming up. So maybe I can't get it. And mamas are always white. I feel like Chrissy. I feel like Wally's testimony was credible. Huh? Oh, Wally. I read Relly, girl. I said, oh. I feel like Wally's testimony was credible. His body language was very relaxed. He had that foot up. Did y'all see that man with his foot on his leg? He was leaned back in that chair. He was just fine. I have a flight later tonight. I'm gonna go back to Paris and mind my business. I came here to clear my name, and that's it. I don't know what y'all got going on over here. Yeah, I agree. His demeanor, he came across very credible and he came across that way. But while the prosecutor was yelling at him,
on the internet or printed it in the paper.
Do I need to check out Law and Crime? Let's see what's happening today, y'all. I am not doing this with you, Katie. I am not. Okay, let me go to Law and Crime.
Has to be based on what goes on in this court. Everybody, doesn't that make sense?
Thank you. Sir, would you start by telling the jury who you work for?
I work for Los Angeles Police Department.
And how long have you been a police officer for?
A little over 9 years.
Which station were you working at in November of 2021?
Hollywood Police Station.
And on November 8th, 2021 specifically, were you working that day?
Yes.
What was your assignment that day at Hollywood Police Station?
I was working the front desk.
What does that mean when you say working the front desk?
It's a patrol assignment to the desk where people come in and you take reports and help citizens out.
Would that literally mean you're sitting at kind of the front desk in the lobby of the police station?
Correct.
And the people that you're talking about, you take reports from, would those be citizens that walk in off the street to report crimes to you at the desk?
Yes.
On November 8th, 2021, did you interview a man by the name of Terrell Efron?
Yes, I did.
And how is it that you came to interview him that day?
He walked into the lobby of the police station.
Okay, just a little context. It seems like, so after the incident, Relly calls attorneys. He's trying to get an attorney. He says that the attorney told him, you have to file a police report in order for this kind of situation. Relly eventually goes to the police station to report this. He said he went with the attorney. He was waiting for the attorney. It seems like this officer is one of the receiving people of Relly when he went to the office, to the police station. So just to kind of orient you, it seems like where we are, that's what's happening. He seems like he was at the police station.
When he came in, was he alone or was he with anyone else?
He said he was with a lawyer. There was a man in a suit that was with him.
It's not just that he told you he was with a lawyer, you also saw this man wearing a suit.
Yes.
Okay. And if you can tell the jury broadly, what was it that Mr. Efron was there to report?
He said he was a victim of a shooting, and that he was shot by this unknown celebrity by the name A$AP Rocky.
In addition to tell you that the person who had shot him was A$AP Rocky, did he tell you that person's true or legal name?
Yes, he did.
And what was that name that he gave?
Raheem Mayers.
Did Mr. Efron tell you how it was that he knew Mr. Mayers?
He said they'd known each other for about 15 years, and he was part of a group called A$AP Mob.
When you say he told you that, was that Mr. Efron telling you that only Mr. Mayers was part of it, or that both of them were part of that group?
That both of them were part of it.
Before we get to actual shooting that Mr. Efron told you about, did Mr. Efron tell you about anything that happened just prior to the shooting between him and Mr. Mayers?
Efron said that he heard that A$AP Rocky was talking bad about him over the cell phone, and that was the day prior to the shooting.
Did Mr. Efron tell you that he specifically heard the defendant talking bad about him, or that he heard about the defendant talking bad about him?
He heard about the defendant talking about him.
So did he tell you that he heard words coming out of the defendant's mouth?
Objection to the leading Your Honor. Foundational. Repeat. Objection to the leading. Foundation.
I don't recall specifically.
Did you document it in your report?
I did.
Would it refresh your memory to look at your report?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, Your Honor. Almost bad habit. I'm going to distract your attention.
I'm assuming he making him correct that, because that would have been the first time we ever heard a different version of that story. Relly has been consistent that Jabari was on the phone with him and he overheard Rocky talking shit about him, basically. So that would have been the first time that's a different version.
Does that refresh your memory to what Mr. Efron told you?
Yes.
And did he tell you that he specifically heard Mr. Mayers talking bad about him, or that he heard about Mr. Mayers talking bad about him?
He stated that he heard Mr. Mayers was talking bad about him.
Okay. Did he give you any more information about how it was that he overheard that information?
He did not.
What did Mr. Efron tell you that he did after he heard Mr. Mayers talking bad about him?
He sent a text message to a friend that he said A$AP Rocky was being fake.
And did Mr. Efron tell you that that friend was a mutual friend of theirs, or just his own personal friend?
I believe it was a mutual friend.
Okay. Did Mr. Efron tell you where this encounter or incident first took place?
Yes, 6200 Hollywood Boulevard.
Are you at all familiar with 6200 Hollywood Boulevard?
I've driven by there. It's a major intersection area.
Is 6200 Hollywood Boulevard, is that a very large building in Hollywood?
Yes,
Takes up almost an entire city block, correct?
correct.
Did Mr. Efron narrow down for you where at that building their initial encounter took place?
They said it was at the driveway.
any more detail about what the driveway either led into?
I believe it was a parking garage.
Okay. Did Mr. Efron tell you when that meeting at the parking lot took place in reference to when the phone call was that he overheard where Mr. Mayers was talking bad about him?
Yes, the following day on November 6th at 10 p.m. was when they met in the driveway.
So, if I understand what you're saying correctly, Mr. Efron said he overheard this phone call, then the very next day was when the driveway incident took place?
Yes.
All right. Did he give you any specific date, day, or time when that meeting at the parking lot took place?
Yes, 10 p.m.
Do you remember the date?
November 6th.
And do you remember what day of the week that was?
I don't.
Would you have documented it in your report?
I don't believe the specific day is
Okay. But November 6th of 2021?
Yes.
What did Mr. Efron tell you when he occurred, when he first got to that parking garage?
So when he got there, he saw ASAP Rocky, and he saw two mutual friends of his and ASAP Rocky. One he said name was ASAP Ills, and the other one I believe goes by the name of 12B.
Did he tell you that those two men, Ills and 12E, were with Mr. Mayers?
Yes.
Okay, and then what was the next thing that he told you happened?
He said from about 5 to 10 feet away, ASAP Rocky pulled out a black handgun from his waistband and told him, "What's up now, pussy?"
Okay. What did he tell you happened immediately after that?
He then pointed the handgun at Efron and said, "I will kill you right now," approximately 2 to 3 times.
And then what did he tell you happened after that?
ASAP Ills and 12B tried to intervene and de-escalate the situation, and they all walked over together to the area of Selma and Vista Del Mar.
Did he tell you who, if anyone, was the first person to walk away?
They were in front of him when they were walking to that location.
When you say they, who are you talking about?
ASAP Rocky, ASAP Ills, and 12B.
All right. And what did Mr. Efron tell you he did after that first altercation at the parking garage?
Once they got to the area of Selma and Vista Del Mar, he said ASAP Rocky turned around and fired approximately 3 to 4 shots at Efron.
Okay. Before we get there, I want to go back to the parking garage really quickly. Did Mr. Efron tell you at any point that the defendant specifically pointed the handgun at him?
Yes.
He told you, or yes, that? What did he tell you with regard to that?
After he said, "What's up, pussy?" he pointed the handgun and he stated, "I will kill you right now," at Efron.
Okay. That was when you, okay, thank you.
Only because I see a couple of people asking. This is the prosecution's witness. The state did not rest their case yesterday. The judge allowed the defense to present their witness. It was an out of order thing. Sometimes that happens, but they are not done. So we are back to the prosecutors, the state continuing their presentation of their case. We are not done with their case. Prosecutor's witness. All right.
Where again did he tell you that the rounds were fired?
At the area of Selma and Vista Del Mar.
And how many shots did he tell you he believed were fired?
Approximately 3 to 4.
Did he tell you whether he was struck by any of the gunfire?
Yes, he said he was struck in his left hand knuckles area.
When he walked into the police station, you had a chance to observe him, obviously, correct?
Yes,
Could you see any injury to his left hand knuckle area?
I did see an injury to his hand knuckles.
Okay. I'm going to show you what I previously marked as equals 17. You recognize it, see there?
Yes,
And does that appear consistent with the injuries that you saw to Mr. Efron
it
on
does.
November 8th? And you said that was to which of his hands?
His left hand.
Okay. After the gunshots were fired, what did Mr. Efron tell you happened next?
He said he ran off one direction, and ASAP Rocky and others ran off another direction.
Where did Mr. Efron tell you that he went?
Eventually, he made his way back to his hotel, the Lowe's Hotel in Hollywood.
Okay. What, if anything, did he tell you did after you got to his hotel?
After he got to the hotel, he said approximately an hour later, he came back to the scene of Selma Vista Del Mar, and he said he collected 2 casings off the ground.
Did he tell you at all about documenting where he observed those 2 cartridge casings?
Yeah, he provided a photo of the casings on the street.
Did he actually show you a photo?
Yes.
Okay. You said Mr. Efron told you this happened on November 6th, but he was reporting it to you on November 8th, correct?
Yes.
Did you ask him specifically why he waited to the 2 days to report this to you?
He said he wanted to have a lawyer with him.
Did you ask what state he was living in at the time you were talking to him?
I don't recall.
You got it. I'm not gonna recall from an officer. I'm sorry if I'm yelling.
Direct you to the top cover page of your report if that assists you in refreshing your recollection.
Yes.
What state did he say he was living?
New York.
And did you ask him specifically why he was in Los Angeles at the time?
I don't recall.
Okay. You said that Mr. Efron, at the time he walked into the police station on November 8th, he had 2 fired cartridge cases with him, correct?
Yes, he did.
Can you describe that in more detail for the jury?
It was 2 steel casings. It said 9mm Luger on each of them.
How did he have it?
It was in a black plastic bag.
Okay. And did he physically give them to you?
He gave me the plastic bag, and I took them out of the plastic bag.
What did you do with them after you received them?
It was booked as evidence, so I put them inside of an evidence envelope, and then I sealed it and wrote the information on the envelope.
When you say you booked it as evidence, what is that? Can you just describe for the jury what exactly that means?
So it gets sealed up. I write my name on the envelope. I write the contents inside of the envelope. Then it gets assigned a DR number, which is specific to this case. And then it goes inside of for that Hollywood police station, it goes inside of a closet where we store all the evidence.
Did you seal it before you store it?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna mark my next exhibit, Your Honor, 32. If it can just be labeled as envelope and its contents.
Yes.
And I'm gonna write 32 on the front and the bottom right-hand corner on this envelope.
I just want to quickly show this. I'm interrupting because we were just talking about this, and I think it's good to show. Megan Cuniff, who again is in the courtroom. Okay. So again, I haven't been there, so I can't report that. But what Megan just reported is someone reported yesterday that Judge Arnold asked prosecutors how they can ethically proceed with ASAP Rocky's prosecution. And the judge just pretty well confirmed that's total BS by telling the jury he has seen completely false reports on the internet about this trial. So we were just talking about somebody reporting that, and Megan seems to be confirming based on this morning that's completely false. So just FYI. All right, let's go back to it.
I'm going to show you first the envelope and ask if you recognize what we see here.
Yes.
And what is this?
This is the envelope for where I seal the casings. That's the information I wrote on it.
Okay, and this would actually be the envelope you filled out that night, correct?
Correct.
It has your name on it, correct?
Yes.
And your badge for serial number?
Yes.
Okay. You said the date is on there, correct?
Correct.
And a description of the contents, correct?
Yes.
You also mentioned this number at the top right that's labeled DR number.
Yes.
Is that number that we see there 2106-18784?
It is.
Is that number unique within LAPD to this case specifically?
Yes. Specifically just this case.
So there will be no other case in LAPD that also utilizes that?
Correct.
All right. Now, in addition to that number, the DR number that's unique to this case, do you also assign a separate number to the items that you are receiving? Like an item number?
I don't understand.
Sure. When you book something into evidence, let's take more generally. In any case, would you agree with me that you or other people working on the case may, over the course of the case, book multiple items under one case number or DR number, correct?
Correct.
So let's say on the first day you collect one item and you book it, and on the second day you collect another item and you book that second item. Would the first item that you collect be booked as item number 1 under that DR number?
Yes, it would.
And then on the next day when you collect another item, would that be booked as item number 2 under this same DR number?
Yes.
Okay. When you did that in this case, what number did you assign to the casings that Mr. Efron provided to you?
Item number 1.
So both casings would be item number 1, correct?
Yes.
Now, once you go through that whole process that you talked about, receiving the item, packaging it, putting it in the envelope, sealing it, where does it go?
It goes in our evidence closet, and then the next day the evidence employee takes it and puts it in the evidence room.
Does it go to something within LAPD called the property division?
Yes.
And is it held there until it's needed at any time in the future?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to open the envelope, if you would. Do you have a knife or any way to open it? Underneath.
Can I let us pull it up open?
Use a knife. I want to do it cleanly. I'm going to take out, would you agree with me that inside of the larger envelope, there's a smaller envelope?
Yes.
Okay. And it has a number 1 on it, correct?
Correct.
And it has the same unique DR number on it, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Can I borrow the knife one more time? Officer Anderson. I'll put them on the Elmo here. Zoom in. Now, do these appear similar to the cartridge cases that you received that night?
Yes, they do.
Do you specifically remember exactly the cartridge cases that were given to you?
Yes,
You do. And are these those same exact cartridge cases?
they are.
Okay. Are you familiar with what's called a head stamp on a cartridge case?
I'm not.
You're not. Are you familiar with kind of the words that are written on the back of the cartridge case?
Yes,
And in this case, what caliber of ammunition would these cartridge cases be?
9mm.
9mm Luger?
Yes,
Okay. So these are the same cartridge casings that Mr. Efron brought to you that you packaged up and booked into property division, correct?
correct.
Okay. I got nothing else, John. I'm gonna, just for the record, I'm gonna put them back in the smaller envelope, and then I'm gonna put the smaller envelope back into the larger.
Who wants to, question officer? Take your office. All right. Mr. Siegel, go ahead.
Good morning, Officer.
Good morning.
We've never spoken before, right?
Correct.
Now, as a law enforcement officer, when you're interviewing someone making a complaint, you want to make sure your report is as complete and accurate as possible, right?
Yes,
Okay. And that's because you understand that the report may be relied upon in the future at hearings or a trial like this one, right?
yes,
Okay. Now, on November 8th, 2021, you said you were working at the front desk at the Hollywood Police Station.
yes,
And at 7:20 that day, Terrell Efron came into the station and made a complaint to you about an alleged shooting, right?
yes,
And obviously, that's a serious complaint, right?
correct.
So it's important for you to be as careful and taking down this information as possible, right?
Yes,
Okay. And you memorialized that information in a written report, correct?
yes,
In fact, that report was reviewed and approved by your supervisor, Officer Deneen, correct?
correct.
Now, as detailed in your report, Mr. Efron told you about an incident, I think you just described it, that occurred on November 6, 2021, involving Mr. Mayers and two other people he identified as ASAP Ills and 12 people, right?
Yes,
Okay. And specifically, I think you testified to this, Mr. Efron told you that as he was approached by Mr. Mayers pulled out a gun from 5 to 10 feet away. Is that what he told you?
yes,
Okay. In fact, the first page of your investigative report has a pre-printed box, which is called weapon, right?
yes,
Okay. And that's for you to identify any weapon that a complainant reports to you, correct?
correct.
Right. And you made a note in that report of a gun, right?
Yes,
Now, if a knife were involved in an incident, that's an important fact you would know, right?
yes,
And you didn't make any note of the knife in this case, either in that pre-printed box or in the narrative portion of your report, correct?
correct.
And that's obviously because Mr. Efron, when reporting to you what happened, didn't tell you that 12E displayed a knife to him during the incident, right?
He did not.
In fact, Mr. Efron made no mention of a knife being involved in this incident, correct?
Correct.
To the contrary, rather than displaying a knife, Mr. Efron told you that 12E actually attempted to de-escalate the situation. Is that right?
Yes,
And he told you that ASAP Ills also tried to de-escalate the situation, correct?
yes,
Now, during your interview with Mr. Efron, he also told you that he returned to the scene of the incident approximately an hour later. Is
yes,
that right? And he gave you those two shell casings that he claimed to recover from the scene, the ones we just saw, right?
yes,
I'm sorry.
Sustained is the word claim.
Okay. He gave you the two shell casings that he told you he recovered from the scene, right?
yes,
just so it's clear, Mr. Efron told you to recover those shell casings about an hour after the incident on November 6th, 2021, right?
Yes,
Okay. And he didn't give them to you until 2 days later, November 8th, 2021, right?
yes,
Now, after you received the shell casings from Mr. Efron, you requested that they be examined for latent prints.
I did.
And obviously, as an experienced law enforcement officer, you wouldn't have requested an examination that you knew would be useless. Am I correct?
Correct.
So you requested that examination for latent prints because you understood that fingerprints can be lifted off shell casings, right?
Yes,
Now, when speaking with Mr. Efron on November 8th, 2021, he told you that he had a small scrape on his left hand from the incident, right? In
yes,
fact, you saw a picture of it on the screen, right?
yes,
Okay. And after him telling you about that small scrape and you seeing it, you clearly didn't see a need to get him an ambulance or some type of medical treatment, right?
right,
In fact, at that time, on November 8th, 2021, you discussed with Mr. Efron if any medical treatment, what if any medical treatment he already received for that small scrape. You asked him about that, right?
yes,
And what he told you was, I just treated it myself on the day it occurred, right?
correct.
Now, you were asked by Mr. President about the reported statements that Mr. Efron made to you, right?
Yes,
Okay. And to be clear, when Mr. Efron made all of his statements to you, he had a civil lawyer standing next to him, right?
yes,
Now, you said, you asked Mr. Efron why he waited 2 days to report the incident. And he told you it's because he wanted to have a lawyer present for him, right?
yes,
Okay. Did Mr. Efron tell you that another reason he waited to report the incident is because he was attempting to contact Mr. Mayor's quote-unquote people, including his manager, Mr. Mayor's manager, trying to get money before he even contacted a lawyer? Did he tell you that?
no,
In fact, Mr. Efron never told you that before coming to see you, meaning before he made his report to the police, that he had already texted a screenshot of the scraped fingers to Mr. Mayor's manager with messages saying that he, Mr. Efron, was getting rich. He never told you that, right?
no,
The suit's facts and
I'm asking him,
overall.
and the answer was he never conveyed that to you, right?
correct.
In fact, Mr. Efron also did not tell you that before coming to the police, he had already sent a text message to his own business associate saying, quote, I want to get this N-word's money, referring to Mr. Mayos. He never told you that either, right?
Right,
And Mr. Efron also did not tell you that before making his report to the police, before he came to you, Mr. Mayos texted him that Mr. Efron was trying to extort him, that Mr. Efron should stop calling Mr. Mayor's manager, and that Mr. Efron should call the police. He never told you any of that, did he?
he did not.
Thank you very much. I don't have anything for you.
Thank you.
Mr. Sullivan, how long did you estimate your interview of Mr. Efron was?
Approximately maybe 20 minutes.
And included in that 20 minutes, some of that time has been you actually writing down or documenting things on your report.
Yes,
Is your report a verbatim transcript of what Mr. Efron told you or a summary?
a summary.
The gun that Mr. Efron reported was pointed at him. Did he tell you what kind of gun it was? Meaning, was it a revolver or semi-automatic?
He just said black handgun.
Okay. Did you document something in your report that it was a specific type of gun?
I have to review the report.
What did he tell you?
It was a semi-automatic.
Okay. You were asked about latent fingerprints. How many times are you aware of latent fingerprints being lifted off of cartridge cases?
I want to know the answer.
I mean, have you ever received a latent print report documenting fingerprints on fire cartridge cases yourself first?
No,
Okay. I have nothing else.
Siegel? No, Your Honor. All right, thank you, Officer Anderson.
thank you.
Next witness.
My next witness is Detective Flores.
Thank you. So the state that the testimony you may give in the cause not in this court. The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
If you please take a seat on the witness stand there. Again, please state and spell your name.
Yes. First name is Frank, F-R-A-N-K. Last name is Flores, F-L-O-R-E-S.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I don't know if y'all had heard, but when Relly was on the stand, the defense, Tacopina, kept saying, Detective Flores, he's right there. Detective Flores. We were in the courtroom, and every time he said it, we would all be like, who is he talking about? This is him. He was sitting right next to us. So this is the Detective Flores that should be providing a ton of information for this case.
Sir, would you tell the jury what your occupation and assignment are?
Yes, I'm a detective of Los Angeles Police Department, assigned to our robbery homicide division.
Were you also in that assignment in November of 2021?
Yes, I was.
How long have you been a police officer for?
Just over 29 years now.
Were you one of the assigned detectives on this case?
Yes, I was.
Who were your partners on this case?
I was assigned along with Detective Carlos Camacho and Detective Donetta Benedict.
And were you and your partners assigned this case on November 9th of 2021?
Yes.
After you were assigned to this case, did you go to the location where the crime occurred, and specifically to Vista Del Mar and Selma Avenue in the city and county of Los Angeles?
Yes.
What was your primary focus in returning to that location?
Primary focus was to canvass the area for cameras, witnesses, any evidence related to the incident that was recorded.
And when you say cameras, would that be like surveillance video footage?
Yes, I mean, anything private, public, anything that would capture events from that night.
Okay, I'm going to show you what I marked as one. Do you recognize the area that's depicted here?
Yes.
Okay. I can turn on the little screen for you too, if that makes it easier. No, you have to go back to this.
Okay.
When you went back to that location, were you able to observe surveillance camera footage from any locations in that area?
Yes.
Would you point out any of those locations on the map for the jury?
Yes. So there was a large area that was canvassed. Argyle here to be on the west side, south side, Selma, Vista Del Mar, which is the north-south street, which kind of dodges right, comes east-west, and exits out to El Centro. Was also canvassed, along with, I believe, Hollywood Boulevard as well. So roughly the entire kind of a block with the side street of Vista Del Mar in between.
Okay, we've heard about this location, 6200 Hollywood Boulevard. Can you point out for the jury where that location is on this map or graphic?
Yes, 6200 is pretty much the entire, almost encompasses the whole block. It's a very large property, which encompasses from Hollywood down to Selma, down to Vista Del Mar, and then Central on the east.
Okay. Would there be, you said all the way down to Selma, but were these buildings right at the northeast corner of Argyle and Selma, those would be separate from 6200.
Correct, kind of cuts off right around the bend here, this is one mark down.
Got it, okay. And we also heard reference in Mr. Efron's testimony to the W Hotel. Can you point out for the jury where the W Hotel would be?
Yes, the W would be here on the west side of Argyle. There's a large kind of lobby entrance, parking entrance here. I believe this is it here. Roughly mid-block between Hollywood and Selma on the west side of the street.
So right where it says Argyle Avenue, you were pointing just to the left of that, those kind of two white lines. Would that be the driveway that would drive into sort of the valet area of the W Hotel?
Correct, that's my rough estimate, yes.
Okay. The locations where you observed surveillance video from, can you point out those locations?
Yes. So the first point was the parking structure off Argyle, which is roughly just here on Argyle on the east side of the street, just north of Selma. The parking area where the first incident took place. As we continued the path south and then east, as we began northbound on Vista Del Mar, there were cameras here at, I believe it's a 1616 Vista Del Mar, which is a kind of privately owned building. And then beyond that, there were cameras attached to 6200 Hollywood Boulevard. In the windows, roughly kind of on the bend here, on the exterior of the base floor of 6200, kind of the rear end. As the street opened back up to North El Centro, there was an additional camera here at it's roughly described as a kind of a loading dock to the building, which is on El Centro, just north of Vista Del Mar.
Okay, Your Honor, if I may mark my next exhibit equals 33. It's a single-page document with a photograph of that area of Vista Del Mar and Selma with annotations and markings on it. All right, Detective, I'm showing you what I marked as equals 33. Do you recognize what you see here?
Yes,
And you see the number of red boxes, the 1, 2, 3, 4.
correct.
Are those each locations where camera footage was retrieved from?
Yes,
Let's start with 1. Would that be the parking structure that we talked about?
yes,
All right, so just to the left of the 1, you see the green triangle with the green arrow in it.
yes, I do.
Can you describe for the jury what would be represented roughly by that green triangle and arrow?
That would be roughly the angle of the camera, which was under the parking structure, kind of awning at the entrance. And the camera faces northbound towards Hollywood Boulevard, which would be the first major street up.
Okay. And you observed video from that location, correct?
Correct.
I'm just showing you people's 14.
Why? What's happening? Let me fast forward. See if I can-
Selma, which would be right where this intersection is on the bottom end of the page. So northbound view of the camera, looking south.
Okay. And when you were pointing out where the camera was, you were kind of pointing underneath kind of to the roof area underneath where that parking lot driveway is, correct?
That's correct.
And I think you were specifically closer to where, I think it says restricted entry.
Yes, roughly there.
Okay. After you observed the video at that location, were you able to obtain a copy of it?
Yes, after canvassing the area, we were able to get copies of different videos from different areas, different times. But yes, we did end up getting a copy of video from this specific camera.
In order to get that specific video, was there anything that you had to do?
Yes,
What was that?
there was a search warrant authored to get copies of video from specifically this camera and the adjoining camera on the central side of the loading dock.
Okay. So what you're talking about is the number 1 and the number 4 on People's 33?
Correct.
Okay. I want to stay with the parking lot first, though. I'm going to pull up the video footage from that location. Now, on People's Exhibit 15 here, there's 2 files in a folder labeled 6200 Hollywood Boulevard, WNPM. And I'm specifically pulling up the one that says commercial parking entrance. Now, one second. It's really hard to read from here. Where I have it paused right now, it's at 9 minutes and 42 seconds of this video. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
The entire amount of video that you collected from there, was it 1 hour, 18 minutes, and 6 seconds long?
Yes.
And was there a specific time that you started that specific time from when the video started that you collected?
I believe we were looking at roughly around the time of the incident,
Would it have been around 10 o'clock?
roughly 10 o'clock.
Okay. And the video that we're seeing here, would this be the raw video footage that you received from that location?
Yes.
All right, I'm gonna just play it forward a few seconds. Back it up just a little bit. Too far.
Can I be annoying really quick? I just want to rewind because look at When Rocky has the gun behind his back, look at what hand it's in, and then when it comes back into view, look at what hand it's in. Because hold on.
Left hand, something happened here. Now it's in, it's the left hand.
Okay. Detective, can you read the time that it's paused there at?
Yes, it shows 10:15, 10 minutes, 15 seconds.
Okay. I'm gonna mark my next exhibit, Your Honor. 34.
Yeah.
It's a one-page document that has 3 still images from this parking lot video. They're individually labeled A, B, and C on the page.
I was trying to see if he switched hands, if that's the point in which it was actually pointed at him, because the claim is that he pointed it at him. But if it was in the same hand, I mean, it doesn't prove anything either way. I just was trying to key in, but it seems like nothing.
I don't know why it's coming out in green, but. It's a kind of an odd color up there, Detective, but do you recognize where those 3 still images are captured from?
Yes,
And what would that be?
that's from the camera that was recovered at the parking structure.
Now, would you tell the jurors just a little bit about your background, training, and experience when it comes to firearms?
Well, I wouldn't consider myself an expert, but I've carried a firearm as long as I've been a police officer. Prior to, I've attended training days, qualified, marksmanship, safety skills with firearms. So I have a good basic understanding through my job and through some extracurricular training days.
Now, in the course of your 29 years of experience, have you had an opportunity to use both semi-automatic pistols and revolvers?
Yes, I carried both.
Are you generally familiar with the difference between those 2 types of firearms?
Yes,
And could you describe that for the jury?
yes. A revolver is kind of the older technology for firearm, original firearm. It's a wheel gun. It's a wheel where the gun is manually loaded with the ammunition, and after you fire, you have to manually unload it. Meaning, there's a lot more handling of the weapon. When you shoot it, it doesn't eject casings like a semi-automatic handgun. So it's also generally a lower capacity weapon, meaning most revolvers are limited to 5 or 6 rounds of capacity. A semi-automatic is more of a modern era weapon. It's a magazine or cartridge-fed weapon, which can hold a large capacity of rounds. Anything from small semi-automatic can hold 5, 6 rounds up to 17, 18 rounds, depending on the size of the semi-automatic handgun. When you fire that gun, the difference is casings eject. Anytime you fire it, the casing will eject from the handgun to clear the way for the next round. Versus a revolver, when it fires, the wheel just spins to the next available chamber. So,
A big difference in what you can see in the 2 guns is that wheel that you're describing on the revolver, right?
yes, the revolver's fairly distinct.
And when you watch this video or even observing the still images on the screen up there, based upon your background, training, and experience in law enforcement and handling both semi-automatics and revolvers, what is your opinion with regard to what type of gun that is, specifically between a revolver or a semi-automatic pistol?
No doubt, semi-automatic.
Okay. Move on to the next location. So equals 33, and focus in on location number 2.
And remember, the revolver, the reason that's even brought up is because the very first time that the defense really gave insight into their defense was that it was a starter pistol. So starter pistol, if you think of like track and field, starter pistol are revolvers. That's why I think they're making this clear distinction between starter pistol and revolver, or revolver between semi-automatic, is because the starter pistol would be a revolver. Now, granted, since then they've leaned more heavily on prop gun. So I don't know if that's a change, but initially the very first words from the defense was it was a starter pistol, and then he kind of weaved in prop gun.
I believe you already said in your testimony that that location was 1616 Vista Del Mar Avenue, correct?
Correct.
And you said it was a private building, privately owned building, correct?
That was my understanding, yes.
Okay. When you observed video from that location, were there a number of cameras attached to the location?
Yes.
Now, I have People's 33 up here, which I think will make it easier for you to explain, but if you would, could you explain generally how those cameras were, what direction those cameras were facing that were attached to that one building?
Yes, well, basically, if you're looking at the green cones, they represent a camera that was facing in that specific direction. So the property kind of sits on the corner of the bend that goes from Vista Del Mar northbound to Vista Del Mar eastbound. So cameras face roughly, are placed around the building, facing different angles outwards towards the street.
Okay, so the bottommost one on the building label number 2, that one, that would have been facing towards the intersection of Vista Del Mar and Selma, correct?
Correct.
And that's the grainy surveillance video that we watched a number of times, correct?
Correct.
The very next one to the left of that, it looks like it's facing towards, yeah, that one, the 6200 Hollywood building. What area would that have captured?
Roughly as the street begins to turn, that's roughly the front of the building. Would roughly cover kind of the pedestrian entrance to the building.
Okay, and then going up to the northmost part of the building, there's 2 additional cameras there, correct?
Correct.
Do those cameras kind of overlap in their coverage?
Yes, roughly they do.
All right. Go back to People's 15, the hard drive. There's a separate folder labeled 1616 Vista Del Mar. Detective, you see there's 2 files in that folder, correct?
Correct.
They both start with the word magic.
Yes.
Okay. The first one ends in the number 3000. I'm going to open up that file. And I'm going to make this bigger. Now, do you recognize what you see here?
Yes.
Can you describe this at all for the jurors?
Yes. Roughly, this is camera number 1 would be the south side of the building at 1616.
Hold on 1 second. So before you number the cameras, they're actually labeled in the top left-hand corner, correct?
Correct.
So that the top leftmost corner would be camera 1, and there's no image display, correct?
Correct.
And then camera number 2 is the next one over in the top middle, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I'm gonna skip forward. Is this how the video came to you when you first viewed it?
Yes.
I'm going to jump over here. It's gonna be hard for me to see it there, so I'm gonna pull it over and then I'll. All right. I have it paused here. There's 4 cameras that are displayed, correct?
Correct.
And with each one of these represent cameras that we just talked about in that exhibit equals 33.
Yes.
And if you double click on the cameras, it makes them individual screens, correct?
Yes.
All right. This would be that one that faces towards Vista Del Mar and Selma.
Correct.
Camera 3 would be that next camera to the left, which covers, you said, the front entrance of the building, correct?
Correct.
I'm gonna jump over to camera, is that 5? I believe it's 5.
Correct.
All right, that area that we see in the top left of this camera, is that curve?
Blue just put in how you can opt in to get gifted membership. So if you are seeing all these gifted memberships and want to opt in, Blue has said it. Also, they played this during the preliminary hearing. I attended that one in 23. And so these are the videos from around the area, the neighborhood of what happened after the incident. So those shots fire and everybody kind of scatters. And what they were able to do is get video surveillance from around the area. And you can kind of see them like walking, hoods on, kind of walking fast. So I assume that's what they're about to get into showing.
On Vista Del Mar that you were talking about?
Yes, that camera will be facing roughly west and south.
Towards the curve.
Correct.
And then the last one, camera 4. Which direction would that camera be facing?
That will be facing eastbound towards Central.
Got it. Okay. And if you play these videos on this player, would you agree that the 4 cameras that are displayed there play simultaneously?
Yes.
So they're each playing what they captured that moment, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to start with camera 2. And we'll play it. Pause it. If you could read the time at the bottom, I don't know if you switch screens, but the timestamp at the bottom left here.
It's 22/17/25.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna jump over to camera 3. And I'll play at this portion. And pause it. The time.
22/17/29.
And so would that have shown the same person that we saw running away in camera 2 as they're crossing the front of the building?
Yes, it's in sequence.
Okay. We'll jump over to number 5 that faces the curve. I might have passed already, but I'll keep playing it here. Is it moving?
It's not playing.
It's not. Okay. Now, would that be the same person that we saw in the last 2 cameras as well?
Yes.
Okay, and I'll jump to camera number 4. Is that individual now towards the top of the screen here?
Yes.
And pausing it, can you give us a time?
22/17/40.
Is that
Bill,
when
number ill
the man in the black sweatshirt beats up the person who's wearing the red jacket?
Yes.
I'm gonna go back in time a little bit. But you would agree that the sequence we just played was sort of following the man in the black sweatshirt, correct?
Correct.
All right. Go back, I'm gonna ask you to follow the other individuals. Before I hit play, would you give us the timestamp again?
22/16/57.
All right. So we've gone back in time now, would you agree?
Yes.
And I will hit play from here. So after the man in the black sweatshirt runs away, what does the man in the red jacket do?
He pauses initially, then he follows the man in black switch.
And the other two individuals, you see one of them walking in the same direction that those man in the black and man in the red jacket went?
Yes.
Okay. Is he walking towards VL Centro?
Yes, he's walking northbound Del Mar, which turns to El Centro.
And we go to camera 3. He's wearing a blue jacket, fair to say?
Yes.
Now to camera 5. And then lastly, camera 4. Would you agree he walks up Vista Del Mar, makes that turn, and then walks towards El Centro?
Correct.
Okay. Do you recall the time, the amount of video that you collected from that location, the time specifically?
I do not. I believe there's two clips, different portions for 16/16. This is Del Mar.
1 second then. Okay, Your Honor, we have written stipulations that will be entered. Do you want me to mark them as
Yes.
entered? Okay. So let's mark them as 35.
Sure. You have a little short version with a stipulation.
I think I already did that, didn't I?
Did.
You did. I've already did it. It's an agreement, it's just an agreement between both sides regarding the fact.
And your further would be that stipulation would mean that once it's entered, that fact is proven. and
Beyond a reasonable doubt.
Does not need any determination.
Okay. I'm gonna put it up and I'll read it into the record. I'm gonna start with stipulation number 1. The parties stipulate as follows. Stipulation number 1, surveillance video from 1616 Vista Del Mar Avenue. On November 9th, 2021, Detective Frank Flores and Carlos Camacho of the Los Angeles Police Department, LAPD, downloaded surveillance video from the privately owned business at 1616 Vista Del Mar Avenue in Hollywood. The video was originally recorded between 10:10 p.m. to 10:30 p.m. and 11 p.m. to 11:20 p.m. on November 6, 2021. The surveillance video contained in People's Exhibit 15 is a true and correct copy of that video. The system video date and timestamp are accurate to actual times. So the detective you were saying that you collected video between two different times, correct?
Correct.
So from 10:10 to 10:30, that would be a portion of which was just played as we went through the video, correct?
Yes.
Then the next portion that you collected started a half an hour later.
Correct.
So did you personally watch any of the video between 10:30 p.m. and 11 p.m.?
I believe we screened it through that time period while we were present.
And what did that portion collect, or capture, if you recall?
From my recollection, it didn't capture anything that we saw pertinent to the case.
Would it have captured the police, the patrol officer's response?
Yes, it would.
Okay. Did you collect the video between 10:30 p.m. to 11 p.m.?
I'm sorry?
Did you collect that video though from 10:30 to 11 p.m.?
No.
And why did you collect that video?
Again, we were focused on the time periods where the victim had indicated the incident occurred and he had returned.
So you were mainly focused on collecting video of the actual shooting incident, correct?
Correct.
Now, we heard through the stipulation, and I believe through your testimony, that you also collected video from 11 to 11:20, correct?
That's correct.
So why is it that you collected video from that portion of the video?
Again, there was indication that the victim said he had returned to recover evidence from the scene, so that's what we were trying to verify.
Had you spoken to Mr. Efron at that point?
Yes, I believe we had spoken to Mr. Efron before we went out to Candace initially.
And he told you that he went back to collect it, correct?
Correct.
When he told you he went back to collect it, when did he tell you he went back?
He said roughly within an hour.
Okay, so let me go to that second video. So it's from the same system, correct?
Correct.
All right. Let me see. Go down to the second one. I know we're getting close to noon, Your Honor, if I could just cover this one topic and then we can break. Shoot up. Okay. I have this second video paused at 23:09:44, which would be 11:09:44 p.m., correct?
Correct.
All right. And there's only video collected from camera 2 at this portion, correct?
Correct.
I will play it forward from here. Do you see an individual with kind of a light colored top and a dark colored bottom or pants walking around that area?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Do you have a cursor on there? I'm gonna pause it. I have a few questions for you. Will you read us the timestamps so we know what was played?
That's roughly 23/11/39.
Okay. Did you hear Mr. Efron's testimony in this case that he took a photograph just before he collected the cartridge casing, and the photograph was timestamped at 11:45 p.m.?
Yes, I did.
Did you have that precise time or piece of information about Mr. Efron returning to the scene when you collected this video?
No, not the exact time. Roughly, we had an hour.
And you have just a rough estimate from Mr. Efron, correct?
That's correct.
Not a precise.
We gotta take a break now.
I have two questions on this. If I have to finish, sorry, Your Honor. Did Mr. Efron tell you that when he returned to the scene to collect those cartridge casings, that he was also with his girlfriend, or essentially with another person?
Yes, another person had gone along with it.
In the portion of the video that you just watched, did you see another person with that individual in the light top?
No.
Is the person in that portion of the video wearing clothing which was consistent with the clothing that Mr. Efron was wearing at the time of the shooting?
No.
As you sit here right now, do you still believe that the person depicted in that video is Mr. Efron?
Objection, Your Honor.
Well, when you,
Speculation. It calls for speculation.
when you collected that video, did you initially believe that that was Mr. Efron?
Yes, we did.
Do you still believe that today?
Objection, Your Honor. His opinion as to whether it is or isn't Mr. Efron is.
No speaking objections.
Sorry, but I was giving you a reason.
Can I give an offer of proof, Your Honor?
Ask the question again.
Yes. You said when you collected the video, you thought that was Mr. Efron. The question is, as you sit here now, having more information, do you still believe that?
I do.
Just what they would object.
We can at least say to make an offer.
Objection sustained. That's,
And answer be stricken, please.
I did, yes, the answer's strict. We'll break till 1:30, folks. Keep the outside courtroom doors and respect the case and no internet.
So, we'll put on the record before we come to do that. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, so we are still, I think this video sorry, I'm all over the place. He asked to strike it. The judge agreed that it would be stricken, his answer. But we keep going back to this video, and if the state doesn't have a plan for it, I'm so curious what's their plan for it, because as I imagine the jurors want an answer. Relly at first said it was him, then he said it wasn't him. The officer is saying at first he thought it was him, but today he doesn't believe it's him. Who the hell is it? And the defense so far are the only people to put forward a theory about who it is. And their theory is that this is the girlfriend planting the evidence, planting the shell casing. You need an answer. I worry about this being left out so open. For the state, I'm saying, you keep showing us this video. We see this person walking, and actually I want to rewind it because I want to see, are they in the field or are they just walking around? If they're not in the field, and I mean, this video is just so grainy, but if they're not in the field, are they really putting shell casings? Relly said it looks like a homeless person, but you know what I'm saying? Like this video, they keep going back to it, and they haven't shown us the video of Relly with the girlfriend. Like, okay, now show us the video of the two of them out there looking. And we haven't seen that. I think that's bizarre. That just feels like an unanswered question that as a juror, is that reasonable doubt? Is that enough? Is that enough of something for you to be like, I don't know, there's not an answer here. So what am I left to believe, Val saying, I don't think Relly ever went to the scene. I think he just said he did. I think he just took the casings he had and went to the police. Well, and that's the, I mean, when you have a defense putting across a theory that the state is not actively refuting, like, and they're not providing the evidence to refute it fully, I think there are some things that, you know, they can refute and whatever. But this, because video is so heavy and important in this case, and I mean, when the victim's testimony is not credible, you rely on the physical evidence, right? And so you have some, but then for this, you don't have this other piece. I mean, as a defense attorney, that's where you attack. So I get it, right? Like, the defense, whether it's true or not, I'm not saying either, but whether it's true or not, as a defense attorney, you're like, this is their whole, and I'm going for it. So why would you say hired girlfriend? Get out of here. I'm not doing this with y'all. Oh. Well, heck, show us the video of them at Dunkin' Donuts getting the bag. You want the Dunkin' Donuts video? Show us Dunkin' Donuts. Show us getting the bag. Show us getting his donuts. Where's the McDonald's video? No, I'm just kidding. If you know why I said, you know. And this is the question I have. I just don't understand why. Where's the video? And I mean, he just said he only had 2 more questions. So is he done with him? Or is there more? Is there more? Can we lock people up for too many I don't recalls, Kamisha? It's funny. Oh. King Warrior said, I think this is just a video that proves nothing. It's not either of them, just some random person. And I think that is what, okay, so maybe that is what the state was getting out of Relly. It just, because he's not a credible witness, you need that to come out probably somewhere else. But Relly said it's a homeless person. But I think they need to solidify that. I think that they need to solidify that. If their position is that this is just I'm about to rewatch it because I want to see if this person is in the field or just on the curb. Because yesterday the state did said he was on the curb. He specified that. We know about the girlfriend because Takapina, because Taco, he brought up the girlfriend. Well, and because the girlfriend, according to Relly, the 2 of them came back to find the casings. And so he introduced her, and so, you know, Taco ran with it. Ladina, I was about to post your comment. I said, wait, what is happening? And so, you know, what's about to happen is soon enough, we're going to get into what was found at Rocky's house. Shell casings? What was found at Rocky's house? Some 9mm cartridge casings? I forgot. Something was found at Relly's house that apparently was a 9mm, but it's not an exact match. But the state seems like they're going to say it's a match. But Taco has already said that they're going to have, I think, his manager come to the stand and basically say that belonged to him. So, a magazine. Thank you. It was a magazine. Thank you. Yeah, you know, based off of what Takapina has said, and I'm not saying it's true. However, based off what Takapina has said about the girlfriend, and I mean, we've already seen how Relly performed. I don't think they're going to call the girlfriend because Taco, I keep calling him Taco. That's just easier for me. If that woman comes to the stand, Takapina is going to probably get kicked out of the courtroom because he is going to be inappropriate. He is going to, I told y'all what he yelled. She's a prostitute. She has an escort website. Mind you, I'm not saying she is. I'm just telling y'all what he said, okay? Let's just be clear. I think his house was searched when he was arrested. So in May, of 22. Nino, you looked up her website. Nino, you looked up her website. I would not, based off of what and I don't know what's true and what's not. I would not subpoena her. The worst, don't nobody got time to bring a witness to the stand to, you see what happened. Wale wasn't even terrible yesterday. However, he came up there to just authenticate some calls. And you see what happened to him. Lewin spent 2 hours telling that man he made $85,000 last year. Like, bruh, what are we talking about? That's why Relly was so mad. Relly is like, Takapina, you asking about my Instagram. When are we getting to the case? The problem is when you are a witness, guess what? Everything's fair play. Everything that the judge allows that's admissible becomes fair play. And don't put me on the stand. I ain't even got that much to hide, but you might find a tweet or something. And now I got to answer for a tweet I sent in 2005. I ain't got time. Nope. No, thank you. I don't have time. Stara is saying, as the defense, the best call is usually not to put witnesses on, despite the fact that the public doesn't agree with that. Well, and they're only, so far, they've said they have 2 witnesses. So, I mean, we obviously got Wale, which wasn't a planned witness. He was surprise. But they have only said 2 witnesses. So, if all you need to do is poke holes, you open yourself up to more problems when you're trying to put on your own case, So, hey, just poke your holes, ask your questions. That'll make people think and move on. Blue said, my tweets from 2007 to 2010 are wild, but I don't recall. Amen. 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 We all were younger than we are at one point and probably said some reckless things. Judge me for who I am today, okay? Yeah, I am very intrigued. You know what I've been thinking about? This is a bit of a tangent. Yeah, they're on lunch break. Oh, I should, let me fast forward this video so we're caught up. I mean, we're going to have an hour, and at some point I'm going to just put up the feed and finish doing these captions. I forgot what I was about to say now. Oh, here's my problem. Because I want to be in the courtroom when they do the verdict. I also have no desire to hang out at a courthouse waiting. So I'm trying to figure out what my life is going to look like once we get to jury deliberations, because you guys, I'm going to be on live with Patreon. Like, I'm at the courthouse just waiting. And then if they get a jury question, I got to run upstairs and see. This is going to be a lot. This is going to be a lot. We'll see, though. It'll be my first time actually, like, being able to be, I do want to experience it. Like, I want to be in the courtroom for the verdict. I want to experience what that's like. But I'm like, oh my gosh. Oh yeah, no. Star, I'm not ever becoming a lawyer. I've enjoyed going to this courthouse, but I also be like, I have so much other things to do. Why I have to sit up here? Let's get to it. What do you mean? So anyway. Yeah, well, and I've been wearing my sneakers. Let me tell you, a few of them, they look amazing, but they have been wearing heels. And you have to, sometimes we do this, well, you can't really take the stairs, but sometimes the security guard lets you leave. Like if you're going to lunch, he'll let you take the stairs down. You just can't take them up. Anyway, the point is some of them, the ladies are in their heels, and I'd be like, couldn't be me. Absolutely not. Couldn't be me. Oh, Blue, you already know. When I was on that elevator and that man said, he didn't say lawyer. I should have told you should say I'm not a lawyer, but that would be so much better. He said, I'm not an attorney. I'm a criminal. Get me the hell out of here, because what's happening? Anybody who would yell that, Yeah, you think it's gonna be fast? Y'all think the jury's it's not gonna be a long time. Well, well. Star said there is video of the shooting. I missed it. Can't Brandy, I think you saw it. You just didn't know you saw it. Brandy, it's the other video like this. I'm gonna rewind this. I'm gonna rewind it. You're gonna be disappointed though, girl. Because you saw it. You just didn't know that's what you were looking at. Hold on. It's this. This is it.
22/16/57.
All right, so we've gone back in time now, would you agree?
Yes.
And I will hit play from here.
Right here. 4.
So after the man in the black sweatshirt runs away.
That's the video. What they did is paired video. I mean, they paired this video because this video doesn't have sound. They paired this video with the video of from another video, basically. But the video, they paired this video with the audio from another video, but that video is not looking at this. So they just stripped the sound and married it to this video so that you hear the shots. Does that make sense? Mel, I saw that. I thought, No. That's true. We thought Karen Reed had it in the bag. And we see what happened with that. You guys, I'm looking forward to that case. I'm looking forward to round 2 of Karen Reed because, oh, what a time. What a time. I want Alan Jackson to come back and do his thing. And the new one. But I think you're raising a good point, Tiffany, which is that you never know. These juries, who knows how long it's actually going to take. We got to see. Okay. Now, did you already speak on Relly saying in that call that Rocky pulled out the pew pew in self-defense? You know, I did at the top. I was saying that is what he said. And while I think that is bizarre for him to say, Relly also said a lot of bizarre things. And I'm just curious if that's going to like land anywhere. I think it was bizarre that he would mention self-defense at all. I think I don't know why he would say that. But I also think, I mean, there's two sides, in my opinion. I think it was bizarre. I think there's two sides because at this point, nobody is listening to Relly, I don't think. I think his credibility is not landing anywhere. I'm going to scrape my knuckles at work and sue, or at least get out of meetings with the love is going. Well, don't do that. Oh, Star said never again, Karen Reed. Bring on Karen. Bring it on. The gun is AI. The other thing, right, that, again, I mean, we all agree that Relly has no credibility because the other thing that is so dumb, Relly sat on that stand. It's in my recap that eventually I'm going to post, where he's like, get that away from me. That's AI. That's fake. It's fake. And then we get Wale on the stand and they play the video, the recording, and it is very clearly Relly saying almost the exact same things, much of the exact same things that he said on the stand. So, I mean, down to the way he told the story about him listening, Jabari's on the phone, him here. He used almost the same verbiage. So now you look even crazier because you told us that it was fake and AI, and he looked disgusted. And then when we got to hear the whole call, boy, that's you. Why you wasting our time with this? Why are you being silly? Christy is saying, I think he's going to be guilty based on the tape of him pulling out. That to me creates a problem for him. But you know, Hilton was doing the Mary dance in her clothing. We need a medical corner chat in the Patreon. I'll start one. We got a lot of medical people. Yes. Yes. They found a clip with shells at Rocky's house, but the brand of shells were different. Yeah, he did. They had said double negative, right? They had, the prosecutors kept saying the defense keeps using a double negative and it's confusing. They said that repeatedly. And then Relly got on that stand and was like, you're saying a double negative? That means I don't want to play the man. He played himself enough. I don't have to play him. Did you? Nice. You know what is so funny? People, I'm sure I've said this before. The TikTok person that I work with, she literally was like, I don't know why you making these Karen Reed videos, because they ain't hitting on nothing. Like your other videos are going crazy, but this Karen Reed is not hitting on nothing. And I literally am like, but I love this case is so crazy. I'm just gonna keep doing it because I love it. Like it's crazy. I don't want to say I love it. Amanda, that's not what I mean. I just mean that it's so crazy. And so anyway, that is an insane case. Yeah, and Lucinda, I agree. That's the other thing that was again not going to Wallet Relly's credibility, because the prosecution just kept stipulating. Yeah, we'll stipulate that's his number. Yeah, we'll stipulate that's him. Yeah, so it's like you're on here, no, and they're over here like, yeah. And you know what is so funny is the prosecution, I mean, I think Lewin was yelling at that man unnecessarily. I think that Wale did not come across defensive. He came across very credible and calm. And I don't think that looked insane to me. But they were able to, I think, make a point off the tapes as well. So really, he should have been prepped. He just should have been prepped. He looked silly. Oh, thanks, Sarah. I watched your ASAP videos today and you really nailed the elements because there's a lot of ways to prove this in theory. Child, why are you? My captions are having problems trying to keep up with this, that, and the third, and boom, 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 and all the other stuff. It's making me laugh because now I'm typing it in. I was about to ask y'all, have you ever recorded a phone conversation that you've had with a friend? Don't answer that if you don't live in a 2-consent state, okay? I mean, if you live in a 2-person consent state, that's not a good question. Forget it. Yes, Kat, they are at lunch. Wale, not the rapper. Wale, the IT guy. There's a guy that they're just friends with, whose name is Wallace Samaji, I think is his name, Wallace Samaji. But his nickname is Wale. Correct, not the rapper. I think I'm a little bit behind in y'all comments, that's why. Oh, thank you. Thank you. You see what happens? I'm trying to lunch break. Thank you. It took me months to realize Mel on Gin and Juice was also I'm not a lawyer. But when people have this realization, it always cracks me up. Oh my gosh, Valerie, you're going to love it. You're going to love it. You're going to love it. Oh, yay. I like hearing y'all's work updates. I'd be like, what y'all do? What's happening at your job? I found you during Karen Reed. Nice. I love the people who found me during Karen Reed. I love all y'all, but the people who found me during Karen Reed, because they were like, Mel, nobody's watching your videos. But I was like, there are. Covered Reed well. Thank you. That's hilarious. And that's the other thing. My husband enjoyed Karen Reed too. That's probably also why I liked it so much, because he'd be kind of in and out of trials. But that man was clocked. He was tapped in, clocked in. Mel, are you watching? You see what just happened? I'm like, sir, why is that what's going on? He's like, Karen Reed. He was absolutely tapped in. I wonder if he went back home. He didn't want it. He said, I don't need to be prepped. Stara, have you ever had witnesses that don't want to be prepped? What do you tell your witnesses if they're like, I don't need to be prepped? What do you do, Stara? Tell us. Oh, Valerie said, I don't think prepping him would have mattered anyway. Oh, she said he was unpreparable, not just unprepared. He was unpreparable. Forget it then. Oh, wait, not y'all answering. This is how far behind I am that y'all answered my question about recording conversations. Okay, all right. Taylor Gang? Taylor Gang's here? I don't see. Is she here? I missed her comment. Okay, I can't find it, but if you're in here, hey Tay. I say Tay. If I act like I know y'all, so just bear with me. I don't see her thing. Okay, I see some of y'all saying though. Hey, Mel Taylor Gang has entered the chat. Oh, there's so many of y'all. Hey, Ashley, come on, new job. Oh, here it is. Goodness, I'm trying to find it. Hello, Taylor and the gang. Thanks, y'all, for popping in. I'm confused from today. Can you give me a little recap? I was at work all day. The little recap, actually, Taylor will probably have a 1 minute one. I'll have my 25-minute one. Taylor will have a 1 minute one. But basically, we're finally moved on. And so we're back to the officers and detectives in the case who are giving their perspective of what happened. Of course, Relly went to the police station 2 days after the incident happened. He did not go the day of or the next day. He said he was waiting for an attorney. He came in. So they talked about the shell casings that he brought. Star says, today I got appointed to a man whose alias is Batman. Tell your manager, mind their business. Or matter of fact, tell them to tap in. Tell them it's a good case. They missing out on the tea. Wait, King Warrior, you up here causing problems. King said Karen is going to prison. That's funny. If they don't want to be prepped, they don't testify. Well, I mean, fair enough. Yes. All right, let me catch up because I'm so behind y'all from y'all comments that I saw the Taylor Gang really late. Sorry, y'all. I appreciate y'all being here. Okay, I'm just going to scroll to the end. Oh, from underreported? Nice. Very nice. That's still my favorite. One of my favorite things I've ever done. And I wish I had the time and space and capacity to fully do it. I know this little community we building over here. I do love it. We're gonna start a little war. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I think Karen getting cooked this time. Oh, we are gonna start a very civil war, a very back and forth that I'm gonna like. If you want, I mean, obviously you can always go back and watch the full trial. I did full recaps on that trial. Towards the end, I had a vacation. It was a lot going on, but you get the basics of it. And in particular, one of my favorite Karen Reed video recaps that I did was when the expert, not expert testified. You got to watch the expert, not expert, and you got to watch the son. What's the son's name? When he was like, pull up, bitch. Sorry if people are not prepared for cursing. But remember, that's what he said. He said, bang, bang. What's his name? Colin Albert. Oh, my. Yeah. Those two recaps alone will get you invested in the case. Those two recaps alone will get you like, what is happening over in Boston? I know, look at me cussing in front of the pastor. I'm sorry, pastor. Pull up, bang, bang. Okay. And the attorney, Action Jackson, is what we call him. He's really good. It was a good case. Lo said she agrees with Star. You agree that Karen's going to jail? Brandy, this is a valid point. If I had a friend like Relly, I wouldn't even talk to him on the phone. You got to text me. I ain't answering nothing. Nope, I'm busy. You got to text me what you want. You got to give me full context on what you want. I'm not finna do this with you. A plumber's wife. Today, Megan Cuniff, who is in the courtroom, and shout out to Drama because she tagged me so that I could see Megan's post about this. But let me put it back up. Megan posted, someone reported yesterday that Judge Arnold asked prosecutors how they can ethically proceed with ASAP Rocky's prosecution, and the judge just pretty well confirmed that's total BS by telling the jury he has seen completely false reports on the internet about this trial. The judge said, I don't know how they could get more false, and told jurors this is why they can't rely on reporting about the trial. I hope the people who reported that rumor pause and do some serious thinking. When I was a young reporter, an older reporter told me a key attribute of a good journalist, oh shoot, wait, I'm interested in what she has to say, is that they need to be at least a little bit smart. People who report those dumb rumors with no regard for who's planting them and their motives are not smart. I didn't expect her to get so spicy. I didn't know that Megan got a little spicy. But the point was that she was confirming that the judge is saying that that's not true. And when I had been in the court, I think the first day it was reported, maybe I was in the courtroom. That is not something that I heard at all. And if you are not the court reporter, the attorney, you can't really hear what's being said up there. So, I mean, and there's a lot of outbursts and like things going on in that courtroom, but that was just not something that I had experienced. And if you're being honest, like, I know we all have a lot of emotions and feelings about stuff. But the video alone, the sounds of the gunshot and the 911 caller, remove Relly. Those alone are enough to prosecute. I'm not saying that it should be guilty or not guilty, but that preliminary hearing, that is enough for a judge to say, there's enough for a jury to decide. So, Now Now, if this trial ends up in a mistrial, deciding to re-prosecute, and even the act deciding to prosecute is a choice. But what I'm saying is there is enough. Really is. I'm saying exclude him. I'm saying the video, the sound, and the 911 caller are enough to make you say, we should see this play out. Is all I'm saying. And yes, this is the other thing. The standard is low. So it's not like they're at the preliminary hearing having to put across every single thing. It's low. So the judge is just like, oh, there's enough for this to again, there's enough for this to play out. Based on what we've seen, it's enough for it to play out, is all I'm saying. Oh, Truth Hurt says, I totally disagree. There's really nothing that's going to change the facts of the case, which is she didn't hit him. Oh, you're talking about Karen Reed. I said, okay. No, I thought you were talking about this one. If the bar is low, there's video, 911 caller, and sound. And at that point, the defense had said nothing about fake gun anyway. They just were, stuff was coming out. So anyway, moving on. You know what? I don't know if she's going to appreciate me saying this, but I appreciated her doing it. I said something in a caption on one of my videos, and Megan DM'd me to be like, yo, you should like think about the verbiage that you use and if that's what you intended to say. And I was like, I actually appreciate you saying that. And she was like, I don't mean to offend you or like come for your work or anything like that. But like, I think, I love your coverage and what you're doing. And I think it's important to consider the words that you use. And again, I appreciate that because listen, I'm not new to content, and I worked at CNN before, so I understand how, the things that are said about how words are presented and what they mean. Like I have done that. I am not a journalist. I have not been doing this for years and years. And while I do try to remain in the middle until I feel like evidence has swayed me one way or the other. And honestly, I have no investment into Rocky. Like if he's in jail or not in jail, I keep living my life. I'm just interested in how this case plays out. I am interested in the judicial system and the fact of seeing how prosecutors behave and how cases are brought. And I do care about that because that affects all of us. But my point is, I hope the narrative isn't like, oh my gosh, don't look at Mel's content because it's always so biased and she has that's not what I'm trying to do. And so for somebody to flag something I've said to be like, based on the way you present your content, I don't think you meant to do this. I appreciated it. So anyway, that was a very long sentence or explanation for nothing. The verdict, it was, they couldn't decide, so it was mistrial. It was a mistrial. But the tea is they said that some of them had made a decision on some of the counts and didn't make a decision on the other count, but that wasn't clear because nobody was asked. It was a whole thing. But the answer is it was a mistrial. Oh yeah, you're right. Because her team appealed it. That's right. They were like, hey, this is not fair. This don't make sense. You're right. Thank you, Nancy. We're talking about Karen Reed was mistrial. Love 7 loyalty. Go get your food, girl. I know I'm going to in a minute because I promise you I'm gonna finish this. Because if I'm behind on it, let me stop showing my twiddle. But somebody DM me and then I open it on the accident and y'all be like, what's that in there? And I ain't got time. I do not have time. Okay, hold on. I'm just checking in. Oh, I just saw one of the other comments Val had. I ain't got nothing to say about that part. I'm gonna just keep on scrolling down. I'm just saying what was told to me, I appreciate it. My moderators are always coming for me if you're not aware. What happened? Something happened in the comments. I missed it. What happened? So y'all removed somebody? We can. I'm gonna do it. Cause you be ignoring us. Who y'all removed? King's Warrior. Is that what y'all did? I'm not doing this with y'all. Truth hurts. As far as the Rocky case, what they currently have is enough to convict Rocky in California. I mean, honestly, that's the point here too, right? Is you have to think about what the charge is, like what the jury is actually deciding. Yeah, you know, one of the case, I'm sure I've shared this before because it's a case I will always remember, a Georgia case where a woman had been domestically abused by her boyfriend, and she's calling the police and asking them to do something, John. She's calling the police, meet me at the house because I'm scared when I get in here, he's going to kill me. Like, help me, help me, help me. She gets home, police don't go inside the house. They let her go inside the house with just him. The police are sitting outside. She goes inside the house. She ends up shooting and killing the man, okay? While the police are sitting outside, he ends up coming out the house and he's like in the street. Oh, she shot me, whatever. She ends up getting charged. I feel like the charge was manslaughter. And she was found guilty. And when you hear the context of that case, it was insane. It's insane because she waited. She like pulled around the block and called the police and was like, I'm not even going to go home until you guys get here. Like, I'm going to wait for you to get here. Quanisha Johnson is her name. Wouldn't go home. She gets to the house. Police are there. And she's like, please come in with me. My kids are in there, like, come in with me. And they're like, they will not enter her house. He is sitting there and she's like, okay, now if I kill him, am I going to go to jail? And then she goes inside and kills the man. Anyway, she ends up getting convicted. Okay. The jurors found her guilty. When you hear the context of that case, you would think there's no way she should go to jail. When you hear the elements of the charge, you see how they got to guilty. Like, you see, right? The judge was, I mean, dang near tears and was like, gave her the very minimum possible charge. And when her attorney, and mind you, the attorney is Eva Pigford, right? Pigford from America's Next Top Model. It's her ex-husband. And so when he asked her, said, we're going to appeal this, and can she basically remain out on bond until we appeal this? And the judge was like, yeah, girl. So that girl was convicted of killing that man and has not been to jail. I check up on that case all the time because I'm waiting for like the appeal. I should like go into the system and actually see the appeal paperwork. Because she just out. I saw a TikTok of her the other day. She was doing a TikTok dance. I said, oh, she living her life, honey. She living her life. Got a whole, but again, my point in that, don't let me get sidetracked. My point is sometimes the context of a case will confuse you as to how the jurors arrived at a verdict. But when you think about or read or hear or see the actual verdict, the form that the jurors are actually answering and how they get to the verdict, you're able to, you understand it. Yeah, she's out on bond, and a part of the bond is house arrest. Yeah. Her name is Quanisha Johnson. It's Georgia versus Quanisha Johnson. If you're on TikTok, I have, I'll put it in there. I have recap on that one too. It was probably 2 years ago. And I saw her on TikTok last week. And you know, appeals can take a while. So who knows? She was sentenced to, what did the judge sentence her? It was the absolute minimums, but it was time, obviously, but it was, I don't remember off the top of my head. Let me see if I can find, oh, hold on. Oh my gosh. I might have a, this is a good point too. Having an appeal, the stress of like knowing this is coming has got to be stressful too. But she was doing her TikTok name. I'm going to look up the elements. I'm going to look up the appeal paperwork because actually I haven't done that. Yes, that's her name. Yep. Lucky if you Google her name, trial, you might come across my TikTok because nobody was doing recaps at that point. And I don't think anybody really did cover that case. So if you look it up, you might get, and actually Long Crime wasn't doing that. I think it was Court TV who did that one. So if you look it up, you might come across the TikTok. She definitely had at least 2. She may have had 3. I just can't remember. And I only say that because the last child was an infant, like months old. And it was the boyfriend who had like just got out of jail, but it was his child. So the last child was his. Okay, 10 years. Thank you, Sade. 10 years. Oh, that's my video. There it is. Thank you. You guys are talking about shirts, and I think something just arrived. Yep, and he wouldn't let the baby go. Yep, exactly, Iris. He wouldn't let the baby go. And of course, you got my baby. You got my baby. Okay, wait, hold on. Something just arrived. I think something arrived. So I need to pause myself and go get it. Hold on. It's not what I thought. I thought it was the notebooks. I have some there. I should have been Chick-fil-A. I have some notebooks coming. If you're in Patreon, you know the notebooks I've been working on. I'm so excited. I thought they were them because they've been on the way. But it's not. It's something from TikTok. It's from TikTok. I don't know where the thing went. It's a wireless microphone from TikTok. And hold on. Can you see it? I'll make the screen big. That's because I look a mess. I don't really know. I have to. Oh, It looks, oh, I see. It's a, so like you plug this is the old school. This is the old thing though. I don't know if you can see that, but that's the old iPhone thing. That's not gonna go on my phone. Oh, and then that's the mic. Okay, but they sent the old one. That's not gonna work. And then a grippy, hands-free suction cup mount. I don't know what this is. I thought it was my notepads. I got TikTok on it. Do they know that they might go away soon? They sending gifts, but I don't know if they know. Oh my God, so my eye. I don't know if they know. I don't know if they know. Somebody gotta tell TikTok. And then this big old thing. Oh, it's a ring light. Hold on. This is why I can't make myself big. I'm making myself small. Oh shoot, that's the full screen. I don't want that either. Hold on, this one is cool. Oh, you guys. Oops. Oh, this is okay. I'll go big again. That actually is really cool because I really want to redo this space. That's cool. And a mic. I don't know how this became an open box video. Yanks is in here too. Look at the little mic. Okay, that's cute. Thanks, TikTok. We're on YouTube. But thanks, TikTok. Forget it. There's something else in here, but I can't get it out. Forget it. Anyway, whatever. They also, I don't know what's appropriate to say about stuff like that, but they also invited me to, there's a Lakers game on Monday. Oh, in a week. Right. Hold on. There is a game on Monday, a Lakers game that they invited me, I guess, and some, I imagine, well, they said other TikTok like creators or whatever. And then they're going to have some of their partners there. So anyway, they were like, come and meet some of the people, blah, blah, blah. So I'm going to go and mingle with the people. I'm going to mingle with the other creators and mingle with some of the partners, hopefully get some brand deals. So that's what I'll be doing on Monday. I'm very excited. That's like, I haven't gotten, I joined, they had like a program or whatever. I joined that a while ago. And after that program ended, they invited me to another program basically. So I think I'm in the period of the second one. Anyway, they do cool things sometimes. They reach out there. It's really dope because you get to like connect with their team directly and like go to their office and like blah, blah, blah. So it's been really cool, but what's going to happen to them though? Where we going to be in 90 days? We probably at like 75 now. 80? At some point, you guys got to tell us what's going to happen to your platform. I am also, you guys, we're just hanging out, okay? Sorry if you're not here for that. We're just hanging out. I'm so close to 1 million, and I am so curious if I'm going to hit 1 million before TikTok goes away. So if you're not following me there, do, even if you don't watch the videos. I just, at this point, just make sure ain't no private information. I'm at 883. I'm so curious if I'm going to hit 1 million. Okay. Oh, really? the McClure, right? Twins' dad created a ring light you can attach to any tripod, and it's a lot smaller and portable. Oh. You know what? I have this one broke. I got it off of actually I got it off of TikTok. Actually, this TikTok one, this is a great one. I don't like it for like my videos, but I like it more for like if I'm out on the town, you know, hanging out and I want a good picture, and you can just put it on your phone because they have so many light options. And this light is amazing. Okay, it's stuck now though. Well, anyway, this light is amazing. That's one of my favorite things. I also got this off TikTok, but it broke. So like it's another clamper, right? And then this is a mirror that is supposed to not be broken. It's broken. Anyway, what it allows you to do, because I was trying to use just trying to switch stuff up with like the way I record. And so this would allow me to like see the reflection, but it broke. So if you see that on TikTok, don't buy it. Or don't leave it with your 3-year-old. Don't do that, okay? Anyway. Oh, can I link it? Let me find it. Let me try and find it. You actually could probably get it from Amazon. Hold on. Any I hate asking. I mean, I have mods for them to help me, but I hate asking mods to do stuff. But mods, if you let me try and find it. Hold on. I don't even know how to direct the mods because I don't know where you could get it from. When I was trying to be like lifestyle creator, I had an Amazon store. So it may be on there. Oh, let me find it. Oops. Oh, I think I did. Is this it? Oh, here it is. Here it is. Here it is. Hold on. I don't know if that link is going to work. But if you ever find me, I hate my Amazon storefront. I should look at take it down now. But if you ever find my Amazon storefront, it's in like items that what I bought last week, even though it hasn't been updated in 7 months. But if you go in there, there's the tripod I use. That's my favorite. And then as you scroll down, there's like one light. But if you scroll down more, there is a second light. There's also the other tripod that I have that I also like. If you do, this is for Valerie. Queen Valerie. If you do food content at all, there's a second white tripod that's in there. I don't know how this became an infomercial, but there's a second white tripod in there that I love as well because it allows the camera to, I mean, the tripod, the holder allows it to tilt this way while it's standing. So you essentially have like this of a tripod. And so anytime, if you're a content creator who needs like, videos or content recorded that's like on a table or something like that, that's a good tripod because it goes down. Anyway, there's your random thing you heard from me today. This live is helping me get through lunch because we just in here chatting. My storefront is probably You've Got Mail. Let me look. Hold on. My storefront. Nope, it's Melanie Goolsby. If you look at my actual name. Oh, wait, no, it is. In the here you go. In the actual hyperlink, the link, it says You've Got Mail. You're right. Thank you. That's when I thought I wanted to record me waking up in the morning, which I love people who do that. That's just not me because most times I look like this. So it's like I'm like forcing myself. It ain't working for me. But I love creators who do that stuff. Being able to look at their stuff. My mom's side of the family. Really? Where are they from originally? This is my married last name. Goolsby is my married last name. My husband is from Decatur, Georgia, born and raised, and his family is from Georgia. I can't think of the other town, but Decatur mainly. Oh, Oxford, Mississippi. Oh, maybe I'll ask his dad because they're very southern. Very southern. So could be some connections there. Oh my gosh. That body shaper, if you're on that, I love that body shaper. And I have purchased a few versions. That one, if we're talking about the same one, the Shaper X one, child, let me tell you, that thing snatches every time. And I have a few different brands. That is the best one. That one from Amazon is my absolute favorite. And that is no hyperbole. That is my favorite one. That thing be snatching me up. Oh yes, Chrissy, for sure. I love that. It's a good one. I broke it. I be breaking. It's my children. They break my stuff. But matter of fact, is it in here? It is. Look. See? Here it is. So this is, I can't even, if I put it all the way down, well, I guess I don't use it anymore. The problem is it broke. I'm gonna show you how it broke. See? It broke because of my children. But this is, and what I also love is that it collapses because I like travel, right? And my husband, and the kind of content I need to be able to like take my stuff with me. So this is it collapsed. It's not, something is happening where it's not like all the way down, but this is it collapsed. So I throw this in my book bag. I throw this in my suitcase. I just throw it wherever. And it allows me to be able to still make my content when I am on the road. So, and then you just literally, it extends, it folds, you put it, kind of spin it into place. Well, it's broken, but this thing extends really tall. And so then you're able to, and then it has a remote. It comes with a remote too. So you can have your remote to turn it on. And this thing, it goes all around. So even if I'm not good at this. This is why I'm not a creator that does this. But regardless, you could like, if your phone is here, let's say, right, you can have this on a flat surface and make it go like this. And so it's filming whatever is down. Or you can go that way or straight up, or this thing turns. So this is one of my favorite tripods, but it's broken. It's broken. I use that for crafting my overhead. It's the best for that kind of stuff. You do need the flat surface, but it's really good. It's one of my favorites for sure. Anyway, what did I do? What did I? Oh, send her the charging documents. Because did Greg go get my daughter? Look at me. I don't know if Greg went to get the other child. Micaiah is my 3-year-old is quite a dime. Most things that are broken in here are as a result of her. You let her go, and there you go. Guys, lawyer, they're in the chat. Yeah, that body shaper, though, let me tell you. I got a couple versions of it. I'm saying what comments I missed. Sorry. And I need to go get a water. Oh, you know what? Let me turn them off. Let me turn them off. I don't know how it works. If I turn it off right now, and I don't even have, let me turn it off right now. Y'all defending my child is hilarious to me. Well, if you're not in the Patreon, I have notebooks coming that they'll get it first because they get all the things first. But after I release it in the Patreon, I'll be releasing it to the public if we have some left, because they sold out, which I'm so grateful for, the mugs. And actually, is my mug in here? It might be in the kitchen, actually. They sold out the mugs, and we are doing more of the mugs, but I'm also going to do these notebooks, which should be fun. My husband's channel used to be called Building with Goose. He hasn't posted in a long time. He actually he is a tour manager for my brother-in-law. So he hasn't been making content. He says he's going to, maybe he will, we'll see. But he is a tour manager. So, but that is his channel, is Building with Goose. Goose. When she walked in during that interview, and then all of them came in here. It was her first, and then my 8-year-old trying to help mommy, like, yeah, like you have to get out. And then Greg going just walking. Listen, this is why I stopped trying to be a lifestyle creator, because my life is not of style. And it's just very real. I don't know what's happening here most days. We're just trying to make it through. Oh. It was a mess. Oh, my brother-in-law is a comedian. His name is Kev on Stage. Excuse me. So support him too. He has a show that just got renewed with TBS. His show with Nina Parker. It's a Friday Night Vibes. That's what it's called. And then his show, they just wrapped production on a show that will be on BET. Season 1 is already on BET. Well, BET Plus, but season 2 may be on BET. Well, it'll be on BET Plus, but Churchy is the name of his show. You know, we're just chatting it up. I don't know what's happening at this point. Oh, he was. Oh, yeah. Well, if you go to the show in Fayetteville on Friday, you'll see my husband and you might see my mama. I saw Greg last weekend in Portland. If y'all can get tickets to Kev on Stage's tour, go see it. It's a good show. It is a good time. Talk about plug my brother-in-law. He need to plug me. He the star. Okay. Yeah, Friday Night Vibes. That's what the TBS show. It was renewed. They just, I think Deadline announced that one today or last night. I don't remember. I think today. I think this morning it got announced that one is renewed, which is really dope. We were trying to record the debrief tomorrow, actually, because my husband's on tour, he leaves tomorrow. So I wanted to record tomorrow, but he's leaving tomorrow. And also I wanted to try and get to court tomorrow. So I'm hoping after ASAP wraps that he and I can pick back up on the recording. It'll just have to, if you're on Patreon, it'll probably just consistently be recorded on Wednesdays, because he typically is leaving out of town to go to the tour. And that's why it just makes it challenging. And we had talked about virtual for the debrief. The problem is there's no time. Like when he leaves, he's working they usually take, these flights. They get there either really late at night or really early in the morning. He'll sleep for a little while, but then he's up at the venue, scoping out the venue, checking security, putting out the merch, making sure everybody's good. Like he really is. And then I barely talk to him because he's doing that. And then he is there the whole show. After the show wraps, it's late. He has to make sure everything kind of wraps up, and then he, heads back. So it just makes it challenging. I think he just stepped in. I need to make sure he's getting my child. Give me a second. Oh, let me take this down. No, I'm sorry. It's coming soon though. I've been trying to figure out what I could do, like how I can make it work. Either whether he's here or not here, because I do enjoy it, and it was getting some good reception. So I hate to just like not be putting it out, but I'm hoping to pick it back up. I'm hoping. We are talking about if I'm going to make it to Atlanta now, to the Atlanta show. If I come, the kids probably are going to come. So I'm figuring out if I'm going to be in the Atlanta show. We'll see. Now, who is you married to? Who you married to on your... I am very married. 10 years. 10 years in the game. Can you do it on Mondays like Kevin Angel, like before or after Gin and Juice? That's not a bad idea. You know what? The problem is, well, some of the issue with Mondays that even we experience it on Gin and Juice. If you're unfamiliar, Gin and Juice is another podcast that I have with my sister. It's on Miss Kev on Stage. You can find it there. One of the problems with recording on Mondays is that a lot of holidays fall on Mondays. You start to realize when you have recordings on Mondays. So MLK Day, President's Day, there's a lot of like reoccurring holidays that fall on Mondays that just make Mondays not the best recording day. And Tuesdays, we record at the studio, but Tuesdays, Tony Baker, if you're familiar with him, who's a comedian, he records a lot of things on Tuesdays. So it's trying to manage the schedule of the stage is also really challenging. So anyway. Yeah, I do. I think the direction it has to go is just making sure I have guests. And actually, Terrence, if you're familiar, if you're in Patreon, you know Terrence very well, who is really dope and amazing and like always forward thinking and always being like, you need this person, you need this person. And so it's really just me being able to like sit down and work with him on that. Because I think that's the direction it has to go. We talk about trials, but then we also are able to have guests because I think that's the fun part too, being able to learn and have people who are experts in their field. I mean, and we've had some great experts. We've had some great guests already. That's how we had Stara on there. But we've had some great people come on. That's how we had the jury consultant from this case that was actually selected on this case. We had him on there. So we definitely planning on bringing him back. So I think that's the direction, is being able to get people and just do it. You know, I can be a little apprehensive to structure, if you will. And so being able to kind of put that, you know, just formalize that a little bit better so that it's consistent. Why are y'all saying, come on, 10, Big 10? I missed it. I'm late, huh? Yes, and Lauren the lawyer. And actually, I need to hit her because we're in February. I wonder if I can get her. She said she would come back. That's what I'm saying. It's because my brain has been on this that I haven't been able to like think fully, because I wanted Lauren to come back as we're getting close to Valentine's Day. I might try to figure that out. Because she was so good and fun. And we still need the part 2 of our conversation. Oh, 10 years of marriage. Okay. I was like, what's the 10 for? Yeah, we hit 10 last year. 10, 10, 10. Yeah, that's what my plan was, a Valentine's episode with her, and I forgot. See where my brain goes? And I need Greg for the part 2 because she was like, you ask good questions. He does, though. Maybe I'll see. I'll hit up the soundstage and see if there's availability next week. We can record that because that could be fun to talk with her. You know, have some good Valentine stories from her. Oh my gosh, that would be so great. Yes, and that's what I was like, you have to talk about your YouTube show, because she started a YouTube show. So that was really cool too. Oh, look, Drama is on it. Drama just linked me on Twitter, where the judge talked about the fact that that people are reporting bad things. So I'm gonna post that too. Mel, did you decide on the day to do admin stuff? No. I posted on Instagram. If you follow my personal page on Instagram, I posted what day do people who are like entrepreneurs, like how do you handle your admin stuff? Do you just do it on a certain day? Like what? And I had every response you can think of. Like there was no like, oh, a lot of people are saying this. No. It was like, I do this, I do this, I do this, I do this, I do that, I do that, I do that, I do this. I said, forget it. This is overwhelming me. My whole point in asking this question was so I wouldn't be overwhelmed. I got even more overwhelmed. So yeah. Let me post this. Let's play this clip. Shout out to Drama. Drama be on it, okay? Let's play this clip that Megan posted about the people reporting things that aren't accurate. Hold on.
On the internet, things I've seen, I don't know how they could get more false. I'd admonish you, don't look at anything on the internet or read anything about this case. And one of the reasons is because you can't rely on what you're reading. So.
Oh, she stopped it.
Okay, your decision in this case.
Okay. So there it is. So I think that reporting about, the judge saying, are you sure you want to continue prosecuting is seeming to not be valid. They take so long to edit. They take so long. But I like when stuff has captions. That's why I want to do it. But I've been on here with y'all, so I ain't even finished. If I could just get to the phone call section, I would be straight. Like if I could just get to the phone call, I'm not going to have the phone calls. If I can just get the captions to that point, I'll be all right. It's going to come today. And then this one is just going to be even later. We got to get I'm Not Lawyer Bud to another Exhibit F. That's hilarious. They do kill their credibility. And I think, what's so interesting is like, as so many of us, which I think is dope. That's one of the things I love about TikTok is it has allowed regular people, right? Us to start reporting on the things that we are interested in or we hear about or whatever, bringing them to, I was able to almost at 1 million, we're going to get there, but use my platform in a way that can bring light to, of course I balance it with, cases, celebrity cases, because there's a natural interest and whatever, but being able to use my platform to highlight stuff that also is not talked about, which is what Underreported it was and is, and kind of where I started trying to have this platform was with Underreported. So I still, one day that's going to come back. So, but anyway, all of that to say, I take it serious. I try to take it serious and try to have people think I'm credible. I'm not trying to be Relly, no shade to him, but also shade to him, but also no shade to him. But I'm not trying to be Relly on the stand. And when you do clickbaity stuff or when you say stuff like that, it hurts low key. We trying to make it too. Like, don't hurt our stuff. Anyway, I'm not trying to shade that program either. Justice Server. I'm not trying to shade them. So whatever. It's y'all comments sometimes. Why y'all be sending me like this? I don't be ready. The program I'm using, I think it's called Captions. Oh, I knew you meant that. I knew you meant that. My opinion will take more characters than allowed, but hear me out. I'm a Tyler, the creator stalker. I spent an alarming amount of time watching videos of him and Rocky. You being a Tyler the Creator stalker is hilarious. Both have voiced frustrations about how the industry overlooks artistic talent in rap. Because of that, I feel like carrying a blank gun is a strategic choice. Ooh, Iris. That's interesting. There's a perspective. And then Dreads comes in immediately with the commentary. Ah, wasn't Tyler the Creator in, was that him? There was a show last year of a man who's a comedian whose life is clearly unwell. Not well. And he brought his friend on the show, and I think he was attracted to him. Was it Tyler? Was the friend Tyler the Creator? What show was that, y'all? Y'all know what I'm talking about? It was Carmichael. Oh man, what a train wreck. Oh my. Oh my. That show. I couldn't wait to keep watching because it was a train wreck. That was a terrible show. Okay. All right. It was him. Okay. Yes, that had Melissa, my sister, stressed out. I don't know. I couldn't imagine. I was a content executive at Netflix. I worked in children's content. So I worked on shows like My Little Pony, and there's a show called Unicorn Academy, right? Like I'm reading scripts about like horses and rainbows and like whatever. I couldn't imagine being a content executive for that show. Getting the cuts for that? What? I would have been in there cutting up. Oh my gosh. I wish I don't know why I did children's content. I shouldn't have been an executive for reality TV. Unscripted content, that's essentially what these trials are. These trials are reality TV in a courtroom. Unscripted content. Like why didn't I pursue that? I was over here reading about unicorns. That's where I messed up. That's where I messed up. Oh, you just started Unicorn Academy? That was one of the it was still in I think we were still reading scripts by the time I went on maternity leave for that show. If you have children, tell them to watch Karma's World, which is my heart. It's one of the things I'm most proud of my time at Netflix. But I enjoyed Unicorn Academy. I gave them lots of notes about all the different girls and their hair and their clothes and a lot of different notes, okay? And I'm very proud of their outfits. I'm very proud of the girls on Unicorn Academy. Anyway. Yay. I love when people love Karma's World. I love it. Can you, I wish I was a content executive on Love is Blind. Oh my God. They would have fired me because I would have been like, you guys, more of this. Why aren't we making more seasons? The people might have not liked me. It's just, I should have went in unscripted, not children's. Lesson learned. Listen, Taylor, that's the truth. Okay? That's the truth. That is the truth. Didn't you also work on the book one? Yes, Marseille Martin. That is called Bookmarks. And Marseille actually read my book. If you've ever watched Bookmarks on Netflix, we did that one around COVID time after George Floyd and 2020. And so we got a bunch of books that we had by Black authors, and we had them read on the show. And episode 5 with Marseille Martin, she read my book. Yes. I also worked on there's a show on Netflix called Family Reunion. I don't know why we're here, you guys, but anyway, there's a show on Netflix called Family Reunion. I was an exec on that show as well. And my book is featured in one of those episodes too. I can't remember which one though. You know what? So I was one of the execs on the show Bookmarks, and we were coming up with the list of like what books there would be. So we were coming up with this list, and I think there's 10 episodes. I don't remember off the top of my head, but anyway, the other execs I was working with, they were like, we want your book to be a part of it. And I was like, no, please. Like I got really embarrassed, and they were like, we've already ordered it. And I'm like, well, I ship out the book, so I sent it to you. They're like, apparently. And I went back and looked, and I don't pay attention to the names. I'm just like, shipping out the books. So anyway, I had sent it, and they were like, we're already working on it. And they had reached out to Marseille Martin to do the show. So there's a cool story. That's how that went. And actually for a family reunion, I was on set, and I was just walking around the set, and I text my sister and my brother-in-law and my husband. I was like, you guys, I'm on set, and I see my book on the table, and I don't know why. This is so weird. And they were like, huh? So I took a picture. I was like, you guys, look, I'm trying to be like incognito. I don't want people to know that I'm like, I didn't want nobody thinking nothing. So I took a picture. I was like, I don't know why my book, but I'm not going to say nothing. And then when they do action, they're at the couch, and they had updated the script. I had the old script. So I'm like, where's the script coordinator? Like, can I get a new script? I'm reading the script, and I'm like, ABCs for girls like me. And then I look at I wasn't lead on that one. I looked at the lead, and he was like, surprise. It was very cool. Very, very cool. Not things that I had ever anticipated. I don't know why the hell we are here. I don't know what's happening right now. I want to stop talking. Anyway, it's in the show. Okay. I need to go get some water, because what is happening? No, I was not in Churchy, and I'm not in season 2. Kev was trying to he got everybody. He was trying to get me to be on season 2. But every time I was supposed to pull up for season 2, there was something happening. I feel like it was the trial. So I kept being like, I can't come today, Kev, because I'm working on a trial. So I'm not in that one. But my husband and my daughter, my youngest, will be in this one. I mean, my oldest is in season 2. My youngest was in season 1. Anyway, what y'all talking about? You know what? I don't pitch me no show. I hate using that side of my brain now, because I don't work in it anymore. I hate using that side of my brain, like giving notes, and I'd be like, I don't want to read a script. This is also why people are always like, the internet loves to be like, you have nothing better to do than to read 30 pages. Oh my gosh, you have no life. Let me tell you, when you are in content, all you do is read. Okay. I used to have to read 130-page movie scripts. Okay. In a night, in addition to the TV shows I was working on. Okay. Reading a 30-page script, a lawsuit that reads like a script, that is full of drama and tea, sign me up. Sign me up. Instead of a 130-page movie script about a damn donkey going from country to country looking for his parents. No, thank you. Oh, it's live? I'm behind? Oh, you're saying y'all still live? Yeah. Gen Pop is getting a taste of Patreon. You know what the problem is? In my head, I'm talking to Patreon. So I'm being like, yeah, la, 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 versus the way I typically would have cut this off at lunch and been like, meet me on the other side of lunch. So we're just chatting it up. Anyway, all of that to say, it feels like a FaceTime. That's how it feels. That's why people can get in trouble on the internet, because you start chatting and you forget that this video will live on and you don't know who's going to see it. You over here just chatting your life away. And now we need a messy with Mel will be reserved for Patreon. That one we won't bring to the masses. Is there ABCs for Boys Like Me? I don't have any physical copies of that book. That one sold out. And I think I just had more versions of the girls' book. I also got, which was really cool, I was able to get those books out to some of the people that were featured. So if you're on Patreon, you saw like Ava DuVernay tweeted about when I made that book, because she's but also Loretta Lynch, who was the Attorney General. Mm-hmm. We sent her a copy of the book, and she sent me a signed picture, an official picture of hers that she signed for one for me, one for my daughter. That was really cool. Allison Felix, the track star, she got a copy of the book and put it in her daughter's nursery after she had her, which was dope. I had a robotics engineer, I think, for the boys, and he got it. I'm trying to think of who else. It was really dope. I was actually really, really proud. That was one of the first things I just randomly felt inspired to do after I had my daughter. And it was really, I was proud of that. I was actually really, really happy. There are a lot of things that I would change now. I wish I could redo that book and elevate a lot of things, but it still reflects kind of the time and space that I was in. And the heart of what I was trying to accomplish is still there. So that's why, I'm still okay with it. And so it was so well received. I'm live, huh? I'm going to tell y'all a secret though. I'm live. I'm not with my Patreon. So public, I'm telling y'all a secret. I shouldn't tell y'all this secret. It's not a secret. I'm not going to tell it. I'll tell Patreon later. Putting all my tea out there. Anyway, I was very proud of the book. It was cool. Sorry. It's because I'm talking to, this is the problem. You talk too much. I know that wasn't even my intention to try to tease. It really wasn't. I just was like, oh girl, you talking too much. It's not that bad. It's not even dramatic. It's just, I always get in my head about saying stuff about, I just be like, I will tell you, because it's not that bad. Shonda Rhimes actually ordered a copy of the book, and that was really cool. That was the secret. It's not that big of a deal. It's just cool, but it's I don't want to put that out there, but she did, and it was very dope. All right, I'm done. Because now the Patreon finna be like, what the hell you got Patreon for? You spilling all the tea in the public.
Why, whether or not you thought that the person in the video was relevant.
Yes, Your Honor.
What's the offer?
The final for proof is they were going to explain their further investigative steps, why they collected the video they did and didn't. That was why I was.
So it's not offered to prove that the person in the video is relevant. It's being offered to prove
his belief,
to show why Detective Flores did what he did.
Yes.
Okay. I think that's fair.
So the videos they collected before he came to the initial conclusion that it was relevant. So they didn't go collect the videos because he realized it wasn't relevant. The videos they collected were all collected from the outset, everyone. And after that, at the preliminary hearing, for example, he testified, yes, that's relevant. I believe that's relevant. Based on what he told me, that's relevant. So what was just proper, as an offer of proof, Your Honor, was that I should be able to ask him that question to explain their further investigative steps.
You should ask him one question. You should be able to ask him one question.
No. as you just said, they should be asking
Oh,
that
shouldn't.
question, because they just said to you, they prompted to you that the reason they should ask them that question, should be able to ask them that question, is because it's going to get further investigative steps, i.e., go get the videos. The videos we got in control. They got no additional videos after they came to a conclusion initially that lasted up until the preliminary hearing at the very least, that was relevant. So they didn't take any additional further steps once they changed their opinion or their mind. They changed their mind based on his testimony, obviously. But in 2023, under oath, this detective, who I think is a great detective, a nice guy, said under oath that yes, my opinion was relevant. They didn't take any additional investigative steps after that. So it doesn't explain investigative steps. You made a ruling on it. What? Your ruling for what?
No, you're saying he didn't take any additional
There
investigation.
was nothing else. There was no videos to collect. You just said,
What's the next thing he did? After,
No, he's exactly making the point that I want to make, which is they did believe that was Terrell up until very.
Okay, so
they
what's
couldn't
the-
have gone back to go.
so what did Detective Flores then do, based on his belief that that was relevant?
But he stopped collecting video at that point. He thought, okay, we have him here, that's him on the video, we don't need any more video past this. Fast forward to piecing together other information, details from timestamps, that he now knows, oh, we didn't collect enough video, we should have collected more, because that could have captured him.
I've heard from both of you, here's the rule. It's, the offer of proof is fair game. You can ask the question, Mr. Tacopina, and you can follow it up with, are you gonna cross-examine him, or is Mr. Stewart? Say again?
yes,
Yes, what?
yes, I'm the person.
Oh, you are? All right,
Yes.
you can follow it up.
Thanks.
All right, Detective,
Can I talk to them for 1 second?
Again, I'd ask the court,
Give me a second.
I'm not on council, that, I asked the court for about 15 or 20 minutes between the direct and cross, on 12.
fine.
I'm just letting you, Judge, I'm just letting you guys.
Fine. I don't think we get into 12 today, okay? Because we have, we go to 4 minutes, right? I have at least an hour.
Oh, okay, I didn't know.
Yeah, I know based on where we are now.
So after the detective is the firearms person?
Yes, you can be ready, Mom.
Is he, and he's your last people's witness?
Yes.
All right, so,
That won't
we will get to the defense case tomorrow.
Yeah, after that, we'll listen first.
Y'all heard that? This is the last state's witness. We'll get to the defense tomorrow. The defense will begin their presentation of the case tomorrow. Heard that? So I gotta pull up. Okay.
Okay. Wait a minute, Your Honor, because I thought you made a ruling and I changed my whole course at lunchtime, so now I have to unchange my course, so give me a minute, please.
Let me know when you're ready for this. How much longer do you have on your representation?
I,
Just rough, you know,
I honestly think about an hour. I have this and then the search warrant and then, you know. I just think I want to talk to them about before we go back in pretty Jersey, so. We'll need time.
I just need a second.
Go ahead.
12V is being called. Ills is not being called for the defense. Ills will not be testifying. Only 12V, and then there's a security guy who's gonna say that Rocky is known to have a prop gun. But those are the only two witnesses.
This is understood the calls.
This has two capacity mechanisms. So what I'm going to suggest is we open it out and we're able to go to him and he opens it. Your Honor, can I borrow your knife?
Just wait until he's, by the way, why do you have that? I thought it's crazy much.
Never mind, I'll get up. It was good. I'm not mad. I've never had it any.
All right. Letting in here.
Make you think I'm
That makes
bad.
it, that feels
I'm
right.
not mad.
All right, good. Now use the restroom. I'm gonna put it- Oh, yeah, right. It's the drawing out there.
While they're figuring that out, I want to share this from Kathy. She says protests in downtown LA could potentially impact Monica Cimentelli. I don't know how to pronounce her last name, and ASAP Rocky trials. They're in the same courthouse on, oh, that's the one that's across the thing. On-ramps are closed down. Fireworks can be heard from the courthouse per our photographer. I like their person that they have, by the way. Cimentelli judge just informed his courtroom that they are keeping a close eye on things. I'm going to have to look this one up because I bet you that's the one everybody keeps talking about. So I might not be going tomorrow because I ain't got time to be caught up in nobody's traffic. Okay, going back.
Yeah, I heard about it. Let me see about something unrelated. Come on up.
I think it's immigration, right? They're protesting about immigration. Let me look it up. Also, let me look at that Monica. Because everybody keeps talking about a case that's like right next door to the Rocky one. And some of the reporters, like LA Times, like he's going in and out. But I didn't know what it was for. This is the Woodland Hills one that they keep talking about. Oh, yes. They keep talking about this case. I didn't know that's the one. That was right next door. Anyway. Yeah, immigration, deportation. Okay, all these new kind of laws. I didn't know they was I saw some posts about it. I didn't know. I'm gonna have to clock in so I can see what it's looking like. Yeah, it says on trial who is on trial in a murder case has been involved in an extramarital affair. Hello, the woman. But told jurors that she was not involved in any plot with her lover to kill her husband at the couple's Woodland Homes home. She's charged with murder and conspiracy in connection with the stabbing death of her husband. Let me make sure we're caught up, right? Because I was a little behind a second ago, but I think we're good. We're all caught up. Let me look at the I didn't know they had fireworks. Oh, so he said ballistics too. So I think Katnot Williams just tweeted it's it's Detective Flores, this one, and Detective Flores, but then they still have the ballistics person. So they're gonna get through both of them today. Actually, today could be a light recap day for me. That's good because if I could just put out 5 and 6, I could be light. Are you're familiar with it, everybody? So like as you're in the hallway, like I'm see if I can explain it. You're in the hallway. I think this is like 101 maybe courtroom, and then 102 is right next to it, and then on the other side of the hall is 103 and 104, and I think that Monica case is 104 maybe. I don't remember exactly, but they're kind of like that. So that's what I was saying. The whole hallway is lined with jurors and then media but it's lined. And so what happens, that guy with the glasses everybody keeps talking about, there's one of those for the other courtrooms as well. And so they essentially are like, jurors for 102, we're going to line you up. And so they'll start calling you out. You know, that's what they were doing during like jury selection. They'll call you out, you line up, you go inside, they do their process, whatever. And so they were doing this for days. That was the process. And now you can just kind of see, okay, because I be up there. You just kind of see the witnesses coming in and out of the courtrooms. And I'll be like, I wish I knew who you were in the case, because I would love to talk to you. How do you know the people? But you see them, you know, they look, I'll tell you what, them people be looking nervous. They look, it seems, as you can imagine, seems very stressful. And I just be like, hey, how are you? Matter of fact, one of the women, she was like, I'm getting ready to testify. I'm very nervous, very nerve-wracking. And at the end, we were like, how did it go? She was like, it went okay. I have to look this case up. I'm not literally the way I learned about it is being in the hallway, the LA Times reporter, and the camera guy. Matter of fact, the ABC camera guy he did opening and he'll do closings. He was the one like, you don't know about that case, girl? So he was the one filling me in on it. I wasn't familiar. Some of y'all are in here. You watched on First 48? Not First 48, because that's my show too. 48 hours. Sorry. That's what I meant to say. 48 hours little documentary about that case. It's really good. That would get you caught up quickly. The longest opening argument, the cases, for that Monica case? Oh, hell no. Tap me out. What? Oh, all y'all watch for the 48 hours. I gotta watch it. Your husband's station. Is he like a firefighter? It is so many cases. Oh my gosh. I'm always so paranoid. But that's why I was saying on Friday when Rihanna walked through, she went through the public way. She didn't go, Wednesday, Thursday, she was just already in the courtroom. Friday, she walked through the public entrance. So jurors, not even from this case, all the cases are just lined there. So they're seeing her and it's like, that's Rihanna. The prosecution gets like 4 to 5 hours. Oh, he's a firefighter. Shout out to firefighters. Especially as a California resident. That ain't no game.
Jurors are present, all parties of the council are present. Detective Soares is on the stand, and Mr. Weldon. Yes, very good.
So right before the break, I played you the video of an individual returning to that intersection at Vista Del Mar and Selma after the shooting. And we talked about up until when you collected that video, you initially believed that that was Mr. Efron, correct?
Correct.
And the last question posed to you was, as you sit here today with the information that you know from his text messages, comparing his clothing, a timestamp on the text message, on the photograph, are you still of the opinion, or do you still believe that that is Mr. Efron?
I do.
Okay. There was a video clip played while Mr. Efron was testifying, which was a portion of an interview that you conducted with him in, I believe it was, I want to get it wrong. So, it's from your interview with him on December 17th, 2021. Specifically on page 3, lines 14, 15, and 16, where Mr. Efron says to you, at this point, you were showing him surveillance video, correct?
Correct.
And I believe, if you need to go back to the video to refresh your memory, we can, but I believe at that portion, you were trying to queue up the video to show him. Does that sound accurate?
Correct.
And while he's sitting there, he says to you, and you see my girl, right? That was my girl I was with. You recall that?
Yes, I do.
At the moment that Mr. Efron said that, were there, what was displaying on the video that he was looking at, or was he even looking at video at that exact moment?
I believe this is a secondary clip of the time period which we thought he had returned to pick up the casings, which was, I believe, 23:10 hours
But
on
you
the
were,
day of the 6th.
okay, you were there when he made those statements.
Correct. Yes.
Did you receive that as him pointing out that that's my girl on the clip, or did you receive that as him asking you the question, do you see her on this?
I took it as, do you see her?
Not that he was specifically pointing something out.
Correct.
Okay. Let's go back to the surveillance video. And I want to move on from this location number 2. Now continuing around with Del Mar to location number 3. Can you describe that location for the jury?
Yes, I think 3 and 4 were residential units that had cameras facing outward towards Vista Del Mar, the portion kind of between the Bend and El Centro.
So I just want to clarify, you said number 4
Oh, I'm sorry.
was the loading dock, correct?
Yeah, 3 is, has the 2 angles towards Vista Del Mar, and 4 is facing El Centro.
Okay. So 3 was a private residence that had cameras there, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall anything about the cameras, like where they were oriented, or?
They were oriented, pointed kind of at street level. It's an apartment or a unit that's on the ground, so they were kind of facing out at kind of eye level, or from the window
Onto Vista Del Mar?
onto Vista Del Mar,
Okay, and,
from the inside.
let me pull up one of those camera angles and then ask you some questions about it. So I'm going, Your Honor, on People's 15. The second file is labeled 6200 Hollywood Boulevard Residence. And within that, there's 3 video files. They're labeled, 3 files labeled camera 1, camera 2, camera 3. I'm going to focus on camera 2. The first video file in that folder is labeled 1A220214. So, detective, I have this paused very early in the video. I can't honestly read the timestamp, but it's got to be very close to the beginning, correct?
3 seconds.
Okay. All I want where this is paused is can you orient the jury to what we were looking at on this, from this camera?
Yes, this street in front of us is Vista Del Mar as it comes around the bend from Selma. So the street comes up, and this is the bend that leads to El Centro on the far left. The building across the street is part of 1616 Vista Del Mar. That have the different angles view from Selma up through Vista Del Mar, and then here on the bend on the way around.
And this camera specifically, camera 2 from this location that we're looking at, it has coverage that overlaps with one of the cameras on 1616 Vista Del Mar, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Last feature, I want to ask, a couple features I want to ask about this. This camera, did it only capture video or did it also capture audio?
And also, you know,
All right. There's like a bluish tinge to the video. Do you have any idea what that is?
I believe there were some lights that the owner of the occupant had on the inside.
Audio of the gun, the shot.
All right. I'm going to fast forward this to.
I think that's what I'm remembering.
Down repeater for me to see the timestamp. We started at 14:30 on the video player. And Your Honor, I believe with this video player, when it gets to the end of the clip, it will automatically start playing the next clip, which is 1A221716. If that makes sense. All right, I'm going to start playing from here.
So I don't know if you guys could hear me because I was talking while the video was playing. But if you remember, we were talking with Stara. She was talking about the match. I was mentioning how it's matched up. They took the audio from this video and matched it to the video of the field. But the audio, the gunshots came from this particular video. But as you see, the video is not facing that area. So that's why they married those two together. Just FYI, that's what's happening here.
Right as it switches to the next clip. Detective, what did you hear in that short portion of the video that was played?
Two loud noises that to me appeared to be gunshots.
Followed by?
The sound of a horn after the first gunshot that set off like a vehicle alarm. That would be my best guess.
So when you say horn, you mean car alarm?
A car alarm.
Okay. Up to this point in the video, have you seen any people or any movement on the video itself?
No, not at the point of that the shots are heard.
Okay. I will continue to play it from here. So you jumped away. Sorry. Can you do me a favor and just read the timestamp?
I assume y'all are following, but remember the other angles we were seeing of them running and walking and everybody. So this is that angle. So now you're seeing them coming from what they're saying is that area, right? You hear the gunshots and now you're going to see Relly, who they're saying is Ills and Rocky running.
The time in is 15 seconds.
Okay. And what have you seen on the video up to this point?
The sound of the appeared to be gunfire, followed by two individuals coming from the area just south of this, which is coming up from Selma and coming around the corner here in front of the camera, seconds after.
And would you agree with me there's two people that are depicted on the screen right now?
Yes, one after the other.
And which was the first one that appeared?
The one in the black hoodie.
And then the second person?
The second one appeared to have a red jacket.
And were those individuals consistent with the individuals you saw from the 1616 Vista Del Mar address?
Yes.
All right. And which direction are they walking towards?
They are walking north to east towards El Centro.
Towards El Centro.
Correct.
All right. All right. Can you tell us the time on the video player?
Sure, it's 55 seconds in.
Okay, and that, that last individual or the individual that we see on the screen where it's paused here, can you describe that individual?
Yes, it appears to be the last individual from the prior video of Mrs. Delmar. The individual wearing a blue jacket and a blue hat.
Okay. And also walking towards which street?
Again, he's walking northbound Mrs. Delmar to eastbound Mrs. Delmar towards El Centro.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna read the second stipulation. Stipulation number 2, video surveillance from 6200 Hollywood Boulevard, at private residence. LAPD Detective James King downloaded surveillance video with audio emailed from the homeowner of a residence at 6200 Hollywood Boulevard in Hollywood. The residence was located on Vista Del Mar Avenue, west of El Centro Avenue. The video and audio were originally recorded between 10 p.m. and 11 p.m. on November 6, 2021. The surveillance video contained in People's Exhibit 15 is a true and correct copy of that video. The video, date, and timestamp are accurate as to actual time.
Should I stipulate to that?
This is good.
It's, they're all signed stipulations, so do you used to agree on the record or is it enough?
Just context in case you're not following. The defense already stipulated, agreed to the fact that this is the correct timing. And as we know, the video, this is why they were able to match up the video with no sound with this video and sound, because they're both agreeing that that sound is accurate. Okay, the incident happened at 10:17, and you look at the screen right now and the timestamp on the bottom, it says 10:18. So they essentially matched it up, and the defense is not arguing that the timing is off. They're not arguing that. They're agreeing. They stipulated that, yeah, that's the truth.
That it's a signed document.
Sure, I think the jury's entitled to look at it. Both sides stipulate.
Yes. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna go back to People's 33. Now, so far, would you agree that those 3 individuals that we've been tracking have in general been following the red arrows starting at 1 and working their way towards number 3?
Yes.
All right. And then if they continued on that path on Vista Del Mar, they would get to El Centro, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And I want to go to location number 4. So that was, you said earlier, was a loading dock?
Correct.
I'm going back to the folder in People's 15, Your Honor, labeled 6200 Hollywood Boulevard, in parentheses WNPM, and I'm playing the video file that starts with .ext loading dock. Detective, where's that pause on the timestamp? Can you see?
7 minutes, 24 seconds in.
You can go back just a little. Would you read the timestamp for us?
Yes, here on the lower left, it's 6 minutes, 39 seconds.
Okay, on the video player, that's correct.
Correct, on the video player here on the left corner.
Okay. Can you orient the jury as this is paused, what the features of the video are.
Yes, so this is the loading dock, which is facing El Centro here, which is the main street in front of it. To the right is the street here, where the pointer is. That's Vista Del Mar, or Vista Del Mar meets El Centro. So these individuals are coming in off of Vista Del Mar, walking northbound. The street up from this location is Hollywood Boulevard, which would be north. So we're looking at a kind of a southerly direction. They are walking northbound.
Okay. And I will keep playing. I'll play, this is a short clip, I'll just play it from here. All right, if, would you tell me the timestamp where it's paused on the player?
Yes, lower left corner, it's 6 minutes, 54 seconds.
All right. I know there's a number of individuals on that video, but the two that walked from the direction of Vista Del Mar towards Hollywood Boulevard, can you describe them?
Yes, one of the individuals is wearing a black hoodie with kind of a design on the hood. The other individual is wearing kind of a distinctly colored, kind of reddish jacket with black.
Okay. Let's start with the man that you described with the black hoodie. I'll mark my next exhibit here.
36.
It's a document with two still images from the surveillance video, side by side. Detective showing you these two still images. Do you recognize what you see here?
Yes.
Can you describe them for the jury?
Yes, the photo on the left is a still from the parking surveillance camera or the incident.
Hold on. You have water?
Yes, it
You want a,
is.
you want a break?
I'm okay.
You think you're okay or you're okay?
I'm okay.
May you continue with the answer? Or we still want to?
I mean,
Fine.
okay, yeah, go ahead. Yeah. It's your number one. You're all right.
Yeah, the photo on the left is a still from the first surveillance camera located at the parking kind of lot entrance. And the second is still off the camera from the loading dock on El Centro. So one on Argyle, one on El Centro, kind of the start and the end of where we kind of started capturing video, kind of the last point where we captured video.
Okay. And Your Honor, I'm going to make 36, if I can go back, make it a 2-page document. So I'll make this first page that we just talked about, that I was referring to as 36, I'll make that 36A, and the second page will be 36B. With the court's permission?
Yes.
36B, I would describe it for the record as similar to 36A. It's two still images from the surveillance video side by side, just displaying different features of the clothing on the left-hand side photograph. All right, Detective, do you recognize what you see here?
Yes, I
Can
can.
you describe it for the viewers?
Again, the first photograph is from the still from the parking entrance on Argyle, where the incident began. The second one is from the loading dock off of Central. Just looking at the similarities from my point of view. We're obviously the design, specific design on the sweater, specifically the chest area between the first camera on Argyle and the second camera off the Central.
I'm gonna mark two more exhibits, 37 and 38. They are similar to 36, Your Honor, but 37 has side-by-side photographs depicting the man in the red jacket, and 38 has side-by-side photographs depicting the man in the blue jacket. All right, detective, showing you equals 37. Do you recognize what you see here?
Yeah, yes.
Can you describe, we'll just describe it for the jury if you would.
Again, one's a screen capture from the surveillance camera off the Argyle, the parking lot entrance. The second one is a screen capture image from the loading dock entrance off of El Centro. Specifically looking at the red box that's outlined, where there's a kind of right shoulder area of an individual wearing a jacket that is consistent with the individual off the second image off of Central.
Okay. And lastly, equals 38. Do you recognize what you see there?
Yes.
And what's that?
Yeah, one photograph is from the camera off the parking lot entrance off Argyle. The second screen capture is off the one of the cameras off Vista Del Mar. I believe this is right off the turn, headed towards El Centro. And specifically between both photographs, I can see that it's the same individual based on the hat, the clothing, a lot of similarities that would give me my opinion would be that it's the same individual.
As the detective assigned to this case, or as the handling detective, were you aware of when the defendant, the man seated at the counsel's table with the jacket on, was arrested in this case?
Yes.
What date was that?
It was April 20th, 2022.
And where specifically was he when that arrest occurred?
It was at LAX, Los Angeles Airport.
Okay. That same day, did you search any locations?
Yes, we conducted a search pursuant to a search warrant of his residence.
Okay, and we have agreed to refer to that residence as his West Hollywood home, so if you would not state the address, please. In order to conduct that search, did you obtain a search warrant?
Yes, we did.
And were you personally present when his West Hollywood home was searched on April 20th, 2022?
Yes, I was there. I was present.
Would it be fair to describe that house as a relatively large house?
Yes.
How, in general, was the search of that house conducted?
It was conducted with a team of officers and detectives that assisted the search, securing the location primarily first, and then going through each room and area systematically looking for specific items that we were searching for related to this case.
And when you say there was a team of people, did you kind of split up the room so that one part of the team would search one room and another part would search another room?
Correct.
When anything of significance was located, what would be your involvement at that point?
I was called over and the item was pointed out, and I was given information as far as what condition it was in or where it was originally seen.
During the search of his residence, were you alerted to multiple firearm-related items that were found in his house?
Yes, including things we were looking for and other things that we weren't, but anything substantial that they wanted me to look at, I went there and looked at. It wasn't necessarily everything that we seized.
But would it have been everything firearm-related?
Yes,
And if you could narrow it down to one room in the house, what room was the firearm-related evidence observed in?
it was the, what I would kind of describe as the master bedroom of the house, belonging to Mr. Myers.
Okay. Did you observe any fire-related evidence in any other rooms in the house?
No.
Let's start with the actual firearms. Did you observe any actual guns in this house?
Yes,
How many?
3.
And if you can describe for the jury, can you distinguish between the 3 of them or describe them each in a unique way?
Yes, one I would describe as a rifle, another as a shotgun, another as a handgun.
Okay. Exhibits. There are 6 pages. If they may be marked as People's 39, A through F. Let's start with People's 39A. Do you recognize the area that's depicted in this photograph?
Yes, I do.
And what would this be?
That is the angle of the master bedroom facing the bed.
Okay. Would you agree with this be the same room that you've been talking about where the firearms were specifically located?
Correct.
All right, we go to 39B. Do you recognize what you see here?
Yes, that's a side table adjacent to the bed.
Okay. There's an item with a red rectangle around it, just above that side table. Can you make out that item?
Yes,
What is that?
it's a handgun.
And would that be the handgun that you were describing earlier?
Yeah, I described it as kind of a large caliber handgun.
All right, before we move on, there's another set of boxes or items at the lower left-hand corner with another red rectangle around them. What's that?
Correct. I believe that was the case where the rifle and shotgun were contained.
Okay.
Carrying case.
Let's start with the handgun. That item, would you agree it was directly behind, essentially like the headboard of the bed?
Yes, kind of behind the bed.
All right. I'll show you 39C. Do you recognize what you see there?
Yes,
What is that?
that's the handgun. Again, I described it as a large caliber handgun.
Just a close-up of the same gun that you just pointed out.
Correct.
Okay. Do you know what caliber handgun that was?
I believe it's a 44 caliber handgun.
Are you positive that it was not a 9mm handgun?
Yes.
you inspect the gun?
I saw it where it was, and as the detectives had found it, located it, came to me. I don't recall picking it up and handling it myself.
Did you inspect it enough to determine whether or not it was a real gun?
Yes,
Was it a real gun?
yes,
Do you know whether or not it was loaded?
I do not know.
Is that a revolver or a semi-automatic?
That's a semi-automatic.
And is there a magazine for that handgun?
Yes,
Is it loaded, is it shoved up inside of the grip?
from this angle, it looks like there is a magazine seated in the weapon.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna move back over to People's 39B and focus on the items at the bottom left-hand corner. And for that, I'm gonna display People's 39B. Do you recognize what you see there?
Yes,
Just a better angle of the same outside boxes, correct?
correct.
Okay. Go to 39B. What do you see there?
Yes, that's where you see the one case that's been opened. You can see inside, I believe that is the rifle.
And when you see that item, it's closer to the bottom of the page, because there's two boxes here, correct?
Correct, there's two boxes. So I'm looking at the lower box here, specifically, it's kind of cracked open and you can see the inside. And I can see the bottom end of what I believe is the rifle.
And did you inspect that gun close enough to know if it was a real gun or a fake gun?
Correct, yes.
And what was it?
It's a real gun.
And does that gun fire 9mm ammunition?
It does.
Okay. And then lastly, 39F. Do you recognize what you see there?
Yes, here on the right. So both cases are now open. The case on the right specifically, I can see the outline of the shotgun, also in addition to the shotgun shells in the carrier of the stock.
Let's see if I can get the glare off there. It's kind of hard to see. Better. The shotgun you described as being on the right hand side, correct?
Correct. Shotgun's here on the right, rifles on the left, and that's two separate cases.
Got it. Okay. And with the shotgun specifically, did you inspect it close enough to tell if it was a real gun or a fake gun?
Yes,
And what was
it's
it?
a real gun.
Okay. Will that gun shoot 9mm ammunition, the shotgun?
No.
Did you collect any of those guns?
No,
Why not?
they weren't part of what we were looking for pursuant to the search warrant.
And was that specifically 9mm caliber handgun?
9mm caliber weapons or evidence of possession, purchase, anything related to a 9mm, specifically 9mm handgun.
Okay. Those three guns in that location, would that be where they were when you first observed them?
Yes,
In close proximity to the bed in the master bedroom?
yes.
Okay. In addition to the three guns that we just talked about, was there any other firearm-related evidence that you were alerted to in his home?
Yes.
What was that?
A magazine, a 9mm magazine for a Glock 23, collected from a box in the master bedroom closet.
Now, I'm gonna mark two more photos, to 40A and B. I'm going to show you, start with People's 40A. Do you recognize what you see there?
Yes.
And just to orient the jurors, this white object on the left lower right corner, would that be the bed?
Yes, this is from the headboard view, the headboard looking towards the foot of the bed. On the right is the kind of walk-in closet. On the left is the kind of walk-in master suite bathroom. And then I think there's a sliding glass door here on the far left leading out to kind of a balcony.
Okay. Lastly, I'll go to part B. Do you recognize what you see there?
Yes,
And what is that?
that's the box containing ammunition, magazines for a rifle, and specifically it's
Magazines for,
a rifle.
thank you.
Sorry. And in the center here, there's the magazine that was recovered containing live ammunition, specifically 9mm ammunition.
In that photograph, underneath the magazines, it looks like there are a number of boxes. What are those boxes?
The boxes underneath are ammunition, I believe, that was consistent with the rifle that was in one of the cases.
Were any of those boxes consistent with 9mm ammunition?
No,
You said that magazine was for a 9mm handgun, correct?
Correct.
Smaller one?
yes, I believe it's a Glock 43.
Okay. And was that 9mm magazine collected along with the ammunition that was loaded inside?
Yes, it was.
I have two envelopes here, Your Honor. In agreement with the defense, they are inner envelopes that were taken out of a larger outer envelope. Another item that was in the outer envelope is not being used, so it returns to detective. We were just using inner envelopes.
So that's part of 32? Or do you want to mark it separately?
I think I want to mark it separately, Your Honor.
So just so we're clear, the guns that were found do not match the caliber kind of gun, the casings that was found on the scene. Okay, so those guns, they were just showing that he has guns and they were showing that he has real guns. None of them were fake. I think that is really what they're getting across, that he does have guns, he has access to guns, and none of them were fake. And then secondly, this magazine that is found, it's a 9mm, so it has this 9mm live ammunition, but there's no 9mm there. And so now I guess he's about to open the envelope that actually contains it. But obviously you would assume, okay, assumption here, assuming that they're trying to get across that he had the ammunition for it, but now the gun's missing, it's gone, he got rid of it. The defense, they may have another point regarding the ammunition. I don't really know guns like that. But the defense has said that his manager is that magazine belongs to his manager.
And I'll mark each of the envelopes. Ammunition as one. Do you recognize that object?
Yes,
And what is that?
that's the magazine that was recovered and shown that photograph on the screen.
In the master bedroom closet?
Correct.
Okay. Can you describe what that object is, or tell us the features of it? What's the brand of that object?
It's a Glock brand magazine, which has a capacity of 6 rounds that can be loaded. And a semi-automatic firearm, the rounds are loaded into the magazine. As you press them down, they're loaded to capacity. And then once the magazine is filled to whatever ammunition is available or to capacity, it's then seated inside of the weapon. The weapon is then charged to chamber around into the chamber. Makes the gun ready at that point.
Okay.
And you specifically said this was for a Glock, correct?
Glock 43,
Okay. 9mm.
90.
And then People's 42 has, do you want to count how many there are in there?
There's 6 live rounds of ammunition for all 9mm.
Are they all the same make and model? Yeah.
Yes,
And what caliber are they?
9mm.
And what's the brand?
Sig, Luger.
SIG, S-I-G, Luger, L-U-G-E-R. These, I'll put
Okay, so the casing that was found, I was waiting for him to say Luger because the casing that was found, that Relly provided, was 9mm Luger. What he just said is that that magazine had Glock. It was for Glock. But then he just said Sir Luger. Is that a different brand than Luger? I mean, I don't know. I have to rewind a second just because I need to understand if he said Luger or not. Hold on. And I'm not a gun expert, so.
what caliber are they?
9mm.
And what's the brand?
Sig, Luger.
He said,
SIG, S-I-G, Luger, L-U-G-E-R.
no. I,
Luger, L-U-G,
Luger.
SIG, S-I-G, Luger, L-U-G-E-R. These, I'll put one of these on the screen. First I'm going to put up People's 41, that's the magazine, correct?
Correct.
And then next to it, I'll put one of the items from People's 42. That's the unfired bullet, correct?
Correct, that's a live round of 9mm.
Okay. And then on the bottom is where it says SIG 9mm Luger, correct?
Correct.
I'm gonna put that back in envelope number 42, and I'll put the magazine back in envelope 41. Did you observe any guns in the defendant's home which would accept or utilize the magazine that you marked as People's 41?
No. None that I found, none that were pointed out to me or identified by anybody else in the search.
In your experience owning firearms, specifically with semi-automatic firearms, is it common that if you own a gun, you may possess multiple magazines for that firearm?
Yes. My experience, anytime I purchased a gun, semi-automatic specifically, it's come with more than just one magazine.
Based on your experience in law enforcement and with gun ownership specifically, are you aware of any purpose why someone would possess a single handgun magazine without also possessing a gun capable of accepting
Objection or impulsive speculation.
sustain.
During the entirety of the search at the defendant's home, did you personally observe any fake guns, prop guns, or starter guns?
I did not, and nothing to that description was pointed out to me or identified during the search.
During the search, did you observe any ammunition or a prop gun, a fake gun, or a starter gun?
No, I did not, and along the same lines, nothing was identified to me by any other member of the search team.
When it related to this case, were you first made aware that there was an allegation that the gun used at the scene was a prop gun, a fake gun, or a starter pistol?
Objection.
Hold on.
He was made aware.
Overall,
You can answer, Detective. So when related to this investigation was the first time that you were made aware the allegation that the gun used at the scene was a prop gun, a fake gun, or a starter pistol?
I believe it was last Monday, which was the 20, I'd have to look at my calendar. But it was Monday when you called to let me know, and I was made aware that that was, it was.
Okay, when you say the Monday, would it have been around when jury selection started in this case, or was there already evidence being presented?
That was when, right during jury selection.
Okay, around the 20th, would that sound about right to you?
Yes,
Of January?
right,
And we're talking about 2025.
2025.
I don't have anything else in here.
this would probably be a good time to take a break. All right, folks, the clock has been adjusted, so the clock is now accurate. So let's break until 5 minutes to 3, at which time we will resume. Please don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. If you begin with the ladder, and you place it back.
I was trying to find, I have it somewhere, because I have all the clips from this trial. I was trying to find the screenshot of the casing because it said Luger on there. So what the point was is that what they were saying is they found bullets that were Luger, and the bullets on the on the scene were Luger, I believe is what the point of that was. But I missed some of what y'all were saying because I was in my phone. You are behind. I'm behind right now. Did I just catch it? I think we all, that Alec Baldwin taught us something, taught everybody something. Freudian slip. Luger isn't anything definitive. Yes, but hold on. Here's what I'm saying. And tell me if you're not agreeing with this. If Luger is hold on. So what I'm saying is, okay. Okay, if this is what I'm understanding, but maybe you're telling me that I'm wrong. What I'm understanding is that the brand of Luger is the brand of shell casing that Relly turned in, which is also the brand of live bullets that they found in Rocky's house. Okay, Blue is saying, I know I want to call you so badly. Luger is not a brand? I'll send you want the link? You want to come on and to explain it? I'll send you the StreamYard. Sig Sauer is the manufacturer brand that makes ammunition. They do not make blank ammunition. Can I like message you privately or something? No, I don't want. I just want to give you the Sig is the brand, Luger is the type. That's what you're saying. So the fact that they both said Luger and Luger was written on the bullet, that's not the brand? That's true too, Valerie. I would hope that they explain it. This gun stuff always trips me up. I'd be like, well, I understand bullets, so I understand how they operate, and I understand. Let me tell you, I learned that very clearly. I understand the way bullets operate and gunshot residue, and like I listen that I know, but I don't know brands and stuff. I do agree that they should have explained it better too. One was Sig and the other was Federal. Okay, I did see Federal too. Can you explain it to me in term? Don't use guns. Don't use bullets. Explain it to me in like cars. Can you do it with cars, or can you do it with like Toyota, Lexus, right? Like the Toyota brand makes Lexus cars. That's probably not a good one. Is there something else that has food? Oh, candy or food? Explain it to me. Oh, so biscuits versus Pillsbury and like your mama's, right? Like those are both a kind of, they're biscuits, but there's different kinds of biscuits. Burgers. William, where you been? I see you in the chat. You been here? Wait, y'all about to just start putting a bunch of stuff in there. Wait, oh, no, Blue did not answer. Oh, okay. I didn't see her comment. 9mm Luger equals a shoe. But then, okay, so everybody has shoes, but Gucci, Fendi, Nike are the brands. Okay, so the fact that biscuits were found on the field and biscuits were found in the house doesn't mean that they're both Pillsbury. That's what we're going with. One of them could have been your mama's biscuits. I got it. Oh, Popeyes. That's better than your mama's. Thank you, Novi Justice. Thank you. Instead of your mama's biscuits, we'll go with Popeyes. So one of them is Pillsbury and one of them is Popeyes. I'm hungry. I am hungry. I'm thinking about what I'm going to make for dinner. Okay, but I get it. That was helpful. That shoe, Blue, that shoe analogy was spot on. Wait, William, now I'm checking for it was intentional by the prosecution to present the information in that way. I actually agree with you. Now that I have the analogy, now I got biscuits and shoes. I get it. I understand. I got you stressed out. I'm sorry, Blue. Look, you and me will never part. Blue, I'm sorry. That was helpful. Are we all clear? Chat, we get it. Thank you, Blue. Oh, buttermilk? Now everybody just lists all the kind of biscuits you know. Oh, that was helpful. Johnny. Okay. So now when the defense gets up and they're like, those were Pillsbury, those were Popeyes, and those was your mama's, we're all going to understand. We're all going to get it. I'm happy. I have no idea what I'm making for dinner. Oh, don't you try me, yo. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. We just talked about Jeezy. Oh, you know what? Speaking of, we got 5 minutes. because we were talking about Karen Reed. I know this is not Patreon only, so Patreon can yell at me later. But a while ago, I was asked to be in a Karen Reed documentary, and I was so excited. And they just emailed me to say, "Hey, it's coming out. It's going to be on TV, but we had to cut your part. We had to cut all the creators. So no creators. Sorry, no social media. You won't be in it." So now I'm like, "Oh well, thank you anyway. I gave you my time. I did my little interview. I was all excited." She just emailed. So anyway, just know when the next doc comes out, don't expect to see me, even though the footage exists somewhere. All right. I'm sorry. Back to guns and biscuits. That was going to be my second Exhibit F. And now look. Oh, the real ones know. Oh. I got cut. Okay, so he just finished with him though, right? So defense is up. It's 3:00. They only got an hour left. So if he can get through this, which I'm assuming he will, they'll rest. And no, I thought he said there's still a ballistics person. So they're not going to rest today? Guns and biscuits. I do not have a Twitch. Something called Twitch stresses me out already. What happened? No, 12E is for the defense. 12E is still going to be called. He's for the defense. The defense is going to have to explain why the manager's biscuits were in Rocky's oven instead of their own. See, Celeste got it. Celeste got, and I understand. That makes sense. That was good. There's also AI biscuits. Fake biscuits. I've been on here too long with y'all. That's the problem. This thing say 4 hours. I've been on here way too long. Excuse me. Ladina, what's happening? Excuse me. Tell them to go check that shooting range. They low key. I just told you there's more merch coming. I thought the merch was coming today, but it ended up being TikTok. But I thought it was the things. I was so excited. Yeah, coloring. Coloring is a word. It's Terrence and Patreon. He told us a story one time, and so coloring is our word. No, I didn't go to court today. I was up all night editing the recap for yesterday that I haven't posted yet, and now I've been on here all day, so I still haven't posted it. So I've been here with y'all all day. I did not go to court today. I was up all night, woke up late, and then just decided to clock in. And still I didn't do any of the productive things I was supposed to do because I've been with y'all. Matter of fact, I'm waiting on the email. I need to see if I got the email back. Shoot, I didn't. Oh, sorry. That was a secret too. I thought that was a funny. Okay, I'm getting in trouble. It's hybrid gang legal. That's funny. I'm sorry. Okay, I thought that's a funny thing. That's okay to share. Anyway, y'all get the point of coloring. I don't know how this chat has gotten so far left. I don't know how we've arrived to the point we have. Okay, I'm sorry. I learned. Loose lip sync ships. No, I'm going to go back to answering the other question. Rihanna she didn't I didn't see anybody reporting. I didn't go yesterday because I had, my other podcast, but Rihanna doesn't seem like she appeared yesterday or today. None of the reporters have reported that she was there. So I don't think she came. He calling me Melly today? Melly Relly? I was answering Florida. I am working on the debrief coming back because I love it. It's one of my favorite things. I just haven't had time, and my husband travels, so that's why we haven't been able to. But we are working on bringing it back. I'm going to see if we can record an episode next week, actually, because I just was remembered of the guest I wanted to do for Valentine's Day. So I'm going to hit her up and see if we can get an episode for next week. And then we already were talking about some other guests. So I wanted to talk ASAP Rocky as well. But again, it's just his travel schedule is kind of insane. So we haven't been able to. But he doesn't even really, my husband isn't tapped into this case like that. So I really wanted to do a debrief episode of me debriefing him on the case because I feel like his commentary would be funny. But also to really go into the charge for this case and what it's, what the jury actually has to decide, kind of what we've been talking about on this live. I really wanted to discuss that because I think it's useful. So, and low key, I think assault and I don't remember if it was the first, don't let me get me the line. Anyway, yes, debrief is coming and I'm hoping to record next week. No, girl, I haven't eaten because I've been sitting here. I drank some water. My 3-year-old is at daycare and she should be picked up soon. I am about to go get some food. ASAP Melly. I done went from YSL Mel to ASAP Melly, okay? Yes, Lo. The answer to your comment is yes, you're right. You know what, Nino? Miss Love. I should email Miss Hilton, though. I would love to have her. I would love to talk to her. Get some food. Hunger makes you chatty. YNW Mel. We're going to go from YSL Mel, ASAP Melly to YNW Mel. They used to say that, actually. When I was covering YNW Melly, the people in the chat used to be like, YNW Mel, can't wait till he shouts you out. His mom commented on my video. I made a video recapping something of him last week or 2 weeks ago. I don't remember. She liked it. She said, I like this is a good video. I said, thank you, girl. Appreciate you. Who's under an NDA? The mama? Oh, well, delete that. I see, this is why I can't be saying too much. I'll delete that. I'm getting her in trouble. She under NDA? Oh, you talking about Hilton. Oh, okay, girl. Okay. Your maiden name is Valentine? That actually is a cool maiden name. Well, anyway, how did you guys do? It's late on the East Coast. It's 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock on the East Coast. Y'all at home yet? Oh, I thought he said 5 till. He said 5 till 3. We late. Let me make sure I'm caught up in that. Sometimes I'll be behind. Okay, I'm not. Rika, yes, debrief is coming. It's coming. Actually, based off of how YSL went, anybody with the last name Love you probably shouldn't mess with. And now we're hearing about Pastor Love. It might be a sign. Might be a sign. I promise I'm usually better than this. I don't know what's happening. Diddy's name is Love too. Facts, it is. Oh, happy birthday. Today is my birthday. I'm watching and coloring in my face. Wait, hold on. What's happening here? Real coloring? What's that? You're referencing the coloring, the color here. Happy birthday. That's what I'm ignoring. The happy birthday. Thanks for spending any time of it with me. I appreciate you spending any portion of your day with us in this insane chat. Girl, all day. All day. Yes. We it doesn't seem like a Brian Steele interview is likely. Aquarius all day. My husband is an Aquarius. His birthday is the 26th of January. Just passed as well. I need to,
I'm okay with that.
No, not what I'm saying. But thank you. Maybe see it back.
All right, before we go on the record, someone involved.
Who said somebody involved in something? Hold on, let's refresh the reporters in the courtroom and see if they'll. Oh, Dennis Byron just tweeted me that he was at court yesterday and I didn't go. I know. I want to. Oh, this sound. Cut the sound, right? I don't want to mute it because we're going to need to hear it. Happy early birthday. 55. You better be fine.
George is on the stand, and I believe you wanted to read one more stipulation.
Yes, so I have a stipulation. Stipulation number 3, regarding surveillance video from 6200 Hollywood Boulevard Business. The stipulation is that LAPD Detective Frank Flores, Carlos Camacho, and Luis Rivia, along with LAPD Technical Investigations Division Technician Harry Luton, downloaded surveillance video from the security office at the property management company for the business located at 6200 Hollywood Boulevard in Hollywood. The security office maintains security cameras on Argyle Avenue and on El Centro Avenue. The video was originally recorded between 10 p.m. on November 6, 2021 and 1 a.m. on November 7, 2021. The surveillance video contained in People's Exhibit 15 is a true and correct copy of that video. The system, video, date, and timestamp are approximately 2 to 3 minutes faster than actual time. You can stipulate.
So stipulated by the defense?
Yes. Yeah, I've spoken before.
Yes, we have.
You know, the witness stand, that preliminary hearing in November 2023, right?
Correct.
By the way, let's just start out where you finished off. We had some questions about when you personally were made aware of one of the issues raised by the defense of Mr. Mayor's being in possession of a prop gun. And you said it was fairly recently before the trial started, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Obviously, you never spoke to Mr. Mayers from the day of the incident until today.
Correct,
All right. You never spoke to 12E from the day of the incident until today.
correct,
All right, you never spoke to Blue 11 from the day of the incident, correct?
correct.
All right. You certainly don't know what Mr. Mayor Rocky has told his attorneys several years ago.
I'm not aware.
And of course, you know, there's no depositions in criminal cases, correct?
Correct.
So basically what you're being asked are questions related to discovery and disclosure in a criminal case, correct?
Yes.
Oh, all right. One second. All right, sir. So you were assigned to investigate this case, I think it was November 9th
November 9th.
of 2021, along with detectives Michael Matthew. Correct.
Correct.
And you've been sitting here in court every day at trial watching every witness.
For the most part, yes.
For the most part, yeah. And as the detective assigned to this case, you're familiar with all the police reports generated in connection with this case.
Yes.
And because police reports are relied on at hearings and trials like this one, as a case detective, you want to ensure that those reports are as complete and accurate as possible, right?
Yes, I mean, they are a summary of the information gathered. But there are other parts of the information that's gathered to go along with that, recordings, interviews, stuff like that, but it's a summary.
Sure. But you want that summary to be as accurate as possible. Right?
Yes, sir.
Yes. And as a case detective, you spoke with other officers with knowledge about this case as part of your investigation.
Yes, we did.
And obviously, you reviewed and retrieved the video recordings pertaining to this incident.
Correct.
Some of what we talked about and just seen, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. 1616 East Belmar is one, right?
Yes.
6200 Hollywood is Hollywood Boulevard.
Yes.
Hollywood Boulevard is another. Yes, sir.
Correct.
All right. And you retrieved the East Belmar video on November 9th, 2021.
That's correct.
Okay. And the Hollywood Boulevard video, I think it was a few weeks later, November 18th.
I believe that is correct.
Now, on November 8th, 2021, law enforcement received 2 9mm Luger shell casings from Mr. Efron.
Correct, for the initial crime report, yes.
Yes. And those shell casings were submitted to the fingerprint analysis lab about 2 weeks later on November 21st, 2020.
I believe that's when they were tested, yes.
You're familiar that the fingerprints can typically be left behind on bullets when they're touched and loaded in a firearm, right?
There is always a possibility anything that's touched can leave a fingerprint trace behind.
So the answer is yes, they can, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the latent print lab, the LAPD latent print lab unit completed its fingerprint analysis of those 2 shell casings on November 23rd, 2020.
That sounds correct.
All right. And after examining the casings provided by Mr. Efron, law enforcement lifted exactly 0 fingerprints off them, correct?
That's right. 0 prints for the.
So there were no fingerprints of anyone on those shell casings.
That's correct.
On April 20th of 2022, so we're fast forwarding a little bit, you secured a search warrant to obtain DNA swabs from Mr. Mayers.
Correct. That was included in the search warrant for that date that it was executed.
Right. And in order to obtain that search warrant, you swore to a judge that DNA from Mr. Mayers was clearly necessary for analysis for probable cause purposes as well as evidential purposes.
Yes, to include potential evidence that could be in custody or that could be collected at some point during the investigation. A comparison can be made. If any evidence that we have or collect along the way can be compared to.
Correct. And after getting the search warrant for Mr. Mayer's DNA, he took samples of his saliva on April 20th, 2022.
Yes, as part of that arrest, there were sample stations.
And although you affirmed that DNA was clearly necessary as part of the case, law enforcement never submitted anything for DNA analysis in this case.
Correct, we didn't collect or have anything further to compare it to, at least to this point. Correct.
The alleged altercation between Mr. Efron and Mr. Mayer took place on November 6, 2021, around 10:17 p.m.
I don't know why it keeps going out. I don't know. But you see this Nancy with Rolling Stone is the one where I got this.
This little altercation lasted about 25 seconds. That whole thing.
Roughly.
According to you, based on your knowledge from the investigation and your review of the videos in this case, after leaving the scene of the altercation at around 10:17, Mr. Efron initially claimed he returned to the scene at around 11:09 p.m.
Good object as to, vague as to what he's talking about when Mr. Efron did this.
Vegas. Then on address, 11:09, we have a minute.
Yes, sir, I'm not sure about the exact time, but I think he roughly said within an hour of the incident.
Would you agree it's somewhere around the events of that time, 11:09?
Vegas.
Okay, go to the preliminary hearing on, just read the question and answer.
Object the proper impeachment.
I'm trying not to be
I don't see it as being impeached. Why don't you tell him, just clarify what it was that.
Mr. Efron told you 52 minutes more later, he came back to the scene, correct?
I don't recall him saying the exact time, but I do recall him saying roughly within an hour after the initial incident.
And you got that from watching the videos, correct?
On first review, yes, that's what I believe, so it's consistent.
And I understand your testimony is now changed to say you don't think it's in, but initially, you certainly thought that person you saw was in
Yes,
at 11:09, right?
yes, that was my belief.
Okay. And to you, at least, that was Mr. Efron in the videos.
That was my belief because it was consistent with the time frame that he provided.
Right, it was consistent with what Mr. Efron told law enforcement.
Correct, within the hour estimate.
And that person, whoever that person was, Mr. Efron initially said it was him, you believe it was him initially, leaves the scene at 11:11 p.m., 2 minutes later.
Roughly.
Object, the first part of this question seems to back on evidence.
No, it's not in evidence.
Sorry, stop, read the question back.
And that person, whoever that person was, Mr. Efron initially said it was him. Want me to read it again?
I can approach her and try not to speak in objection. I frankly don't remember this.
You aren't so comfortable, just, I'm not really down, I'm not trying to mislead you, I'm just saying initially he said it was him, that's what my question was. I know now it's changed, both Mr. Efron and Mr. But initially, he said it was him, so whoever that person was, I started my question out with, who Mr. Efron initially said was him, he left the scene 2 minutes later.
I don't know if it's in evidence or not. I can't remember every single.
You just said it.
I would change the objection to being argumentative. If he wants to ask, did that person leave within 2 minutes? I have no problem with that. But we don't need the argumentative part getting into that question.
You're on, I'm not. Hold on, I can do this easy. Did Mr. Efron initially say that that was him?
I don't recall if he used those words exactly. I believe he made a comment that may have indicated that, but
Well, for instance, you were here when he testified at the trial.
correct.
Do you remember when he said, at this trial from the jury that he was sure that that was him?
Yes.
Okay. So, just a week ago, or a few days ago, Mr. Efron said that was him, correct?
Correct.
So whoever that person was, that person that Mr. Efron swore it was him to this jury initially, left 2 minutes later.
Roughly within 2 minutes, that person left.
Objection to the front, as phrased.
Yes. And to be clear, you observed all the video footage that was recovered in this case.
Yes.
So if that is not, the new position is not Mr. Efron, at least you don't think it's Mr. Efron. Based on your testimony today, you have absolutely no video showing Mr. Efron ever returning to the scene, correct?
Correct.
Y'all heard that right. As of today, you have absolutely no video of Mr. Efron returning to the scene. That is correct. That is a problem. Why do you have video of everybody else in that field and not the video of Efron and his girlfriend a mere 30 minutes after that video was taken? That to me is a problem. That to me is a problem. And I'm not a lawyer. Y'all see the sign.
Now, amongst the video you reviewed in this case was a body cam footage worn by officers at the scene who responded to that, correct?
Correct.
You watched that? Yes. Okay.
Yes.
And you are aware, before Mr. Efron or whoever that person was returned to the scene 52 minutes later, law enforcement had arrived.
Yes.
And certainly before, if Mr. Efron returned to the scene, certainly before Mr. Efron returned to the scene, law enforcement had arrived.
Correct.
And the police arrived at the scene about 18 minutes after the incident.
Yes, roughly.
Okay. And there were at least 7 officers there.
Yes.
And while they were at the scene of the incident, 18 minutes after it ended, these 7 officers were canvassing the area.
Yes. They were walking in and about the area of Selma and Vista One.
And you saw them on the video searching the area of the location.
Yes. Adjacent parking lot. Yes.
Yeah. Using the flashlights,
Correct.
looking on the ground. You saw them.
Yes.
I know you know this answer, you've been asking that way. You know law enforcement did not cover any casings in this case, correct?
Correct. The officer responded did not find or recover any cases.
No officers ever covered any shell casings.
No.
Right?
No. You're asking from the radio call, the officer who responded initially? No.
Yes. Or any other police officers cover any cases from the scene?
Only the officer at the front desk that who took the casings.
Yeah, no, my question was from the scene.
Okay. No, not from the scene.
In fact, they didn't locate any sign of shooting, correct?
Correct. Other than the radio call.
Right. But that's a call. And you heard Officer Zizzo testify, I think it's Sergeant Zizzo now. You heard him testify. A lot of people make big calls or they can be misinterpreting things, correct? You heard that.
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of reasons. Sometimes people are just don't stick around after.
But in any event, you do agree that the officers who arrived 18 minutes later didn't locate any sign of shooting.
That's correct.
And despite that, as shown on the video, after the police left and Mr. Efron returned to the scene, he supposedly located the shell casings by himself without a flashlight within minutes.
I believe he said he used the light on his phone and he located it.
Within minutes.
Yes.
You were in this courtroom when Mr. Efron testified that this individual named 12E had a knife during this incident, right?
Yes.
And you're familiar with the summary investigative report related to this case dated August 5th, 2022, sir, yes?
Yes, I am.
And that's a collective sort of prior statements and a summary of the investigation overall.
That is specifically that was a filing summary.
And that's what you use to file the case with the district attorney's office.
Correct.
So obviously, in that report, you certainly wouldn't want there to be any accuracies, right?
Correct. It just relates to the crime, yes, correct.
That's what relates to the crime.
Yes, sir.
Your name is on that report, right? So,
My name is on the report.
and what you wrote in the last line of the first page of this report, the collective statements, is that the victim observed Ulunga in ASAP Hills was armed with a knife. Did you write that?
I didn't author this report.
Okay. Is it in that report?
It is in that report.
So some police officer wrote that.
Yes,
Who, do you know?
I believe that was my partner, technicalities.
Where'd he go? He used to be there, right?
He was in the back of the property.
He's gone. But he was there. The guy was
Yeah, he's there.
He's right. And it was brought to your attention during the preliminary hearing on November 20th, 2023, that this report said Mr. Efron identified ASAP Hills as the one armed with a knife. We discussed that preliminary hearing. So,
Yes, sir.
and if you thought that that report was inaccurate, you certainly could have asked for that to be changed at any point, correct?
Yes, sir. I mean, but honestly, yes, that was a mistake. But the prior interviews that were recorded of Mr. Efron from the telephonic interview on the 9th and the in-person interview on December 17th, 2021, he was consistent on both interviews that the person with the knife was, in fact, the report prepared for that August filing, there was an error and it did indicate the wrong person. That is correct.
Well, as I just asked you, if you thought that report was inaccurate, you could have asked that be changed, correct?
Yes.
And you never did.
No, I mean, I answered your question. I mean, the record, I think, believe, captured through the interviews is clear what Mr. Efron said versus what our mistake was.
No, it's not my question. Did you change your report?
No, we did not generate another report to correct it. Correct.
So, you were here obviously last Tuesday, January 28th, when Mr. Efron testified on the record that he saw a knife being held after Rocky put the alleged gun away, correct?
Correct.
All right. And with regard to the knife, Mr. Efron told police in November of 2021 that he saw the knife being held while Rocky was pointing the alleged gun at him, and he was yelling Rocky, right?
Correct. I believe that's the way it was described in that crime report.
So while Rocky's holding the electric gun at him and pointing it at him, he's seeing a knife simultaneously.
You've seen it during that event, correct?
Not during that event, while the gun is being pointed at him, correct?
That's the way it's described in the report, yes, sir.
You also heard Mr. Efron's testimony last Tuesday, January 28th, that he saw the knife being put away, and he then said, "What the F you got a knife for?" You remember that testimony? That's true.
Yes, sir.
And in November of 2021, Mr. Efron told the police that only after he said, "Why you got a knife?" did that knife get put away. Recall that?
I don't recall that specifically, sir.
I'll show you a report.
Okay.
It's 77 in our database. It's a police follow-up investigation report from November 9th, 2020.
Sustained. The objection is sustained.
What was the grounds for?
This is not the proper person to either refute or confirm what Relly, Efron told some other officer. So the objection is sustained. Go on, second.
Okay, I'll move on. Anyway, you saw an arrest warrant on Mr. Mayor's on April 13th, 2022.
Correct, that's the date it was signed.
And to be clear, law enforcement received Mr. Efron's complaint 5 months earlier, November 8th, 2021.
When we received it, it would have been the 9th, it was, the initial report was taken on the 8th, correct?
The 8th or the 9th, but 9th of November 2021, you guys, PD, like the station house guy, November 8th, right?
Correct.
On that same day, law enforcement received November 8th, 2 9mm Ruger casings from Ms. Efron.
Correct.
The next day, you along with Detectives Camacho and we spoke to Ms. Efron again at length.
Yes, telephonically.
By the way, that same day, November 9th, Mr. Efron told you he decided not to become involved in Rocky's music business any longer. You know what I'm saying that?
I believe the statement's left.
And also on November 9th, 2021, law enforcement received surveillance video pertaining to the incident from 1616 East Belmont
Correct.
and Hollywood Boulevard on November 18th,
Yes.
6200.
Correct.
And on November 10th, 2021, law enforcement obtained authorization to search T-Mobile information for Elijah Longo or ASAP Bill's phone number.
Correct. Research motion.
Sorry.
Yes.
And specifically, the T-Mobile information law enforcement obtained authorized to search Elijah Longo, ASAP Bill's, his call detail records and his GPS location.
Correct.
And the GPS location data, I should say.
Yes.
And those records, the GPS location data that you all were able to obtain, show that Elijah Lunga, ASAP Bill's cell phone, was near Selma Avenue in East Del Mar, approximately 10:12 p.m. on November 6th.
I believe that's right.
And those records also show that Bill's, just go for Bill's, so move this along a little bit. ASAP Bill's cell phone was near Mr. Mayor's residence at 11:11 p.m. Later that night.
Yes, so it's going to be after this.
In addition to law enforcement gaining access, by the way, you also gained access to Mr. Efron's cell phone, correct?
Subsequent to his arrest, the physical phone, yes.
Yes.
No.
No, Mr. Efron.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Correct. He did, voluntarily.
Right. That was in November of 2020.
Yes.
Correct. So you had access to his phone.
Yes, we did.
By the way, did he mention that he had deleted any messages before you had that phone?
I don't remember asking him specifically if he had.
Did he volunteer?
I don't recall that he was volunteer.
Particularly with the guy who was making the complaint about this guy, ASAP Rocky, did he mention they had deleted messages between him?
Correct. Nothing was volunteered as far as that.
And you wouldn't know to ask that, obviously, right?
He was cooperative and provided his phone. Yeah,
You wouldn't know to ask that, I said.
I wouldn't know.
Right. And the information on that phone contained Mr. Efron's communications, as far as you knew, with Mr. Mayers, with Bills, and 12.
Correct.
And as of November 2021, law enforcement had Mr. Efron's statement, 1, correct?
Correct.
Cell phone records, 2, yes.
I believe so, by that.
Video of the incident.
Some of it, correct.
Well, which video did you not have by the end of November 2021?
The end of November, correct. I touched it November 17th. I touched.
No. So, because the last video you got on November 8th, right?
Correct.
So let's again. In the month of November 2021, you the collective police officers and law enforcement,
Correct.
had Mr. Efron's statement. Yes.
Yes, sir.
You had cell phone records in this case.
Yes.
You had video of the incident,
Correct.
and you had 2 shell cases provided by Mr. Efron.
Correct.
But you still waited another 5 months until April 2022 to arrest Mr. Mayers.
Yes, I mean, there were other factors involved.
Yes, or yes.
Yes.
And during those 5 months, from November 2021 until Mr. Mayer's arrest in April of 2022, law enforcement recovered nothing else, no additional evidence to use against Mr. Mayers, correct?
Correct.
In fact, During those 5 months, law enforcement never contacted 12E, never tried to find 12E or contacted him, correct?
No, we never able to contact him.
Able, did you try?
No, I'm sorry, at that point, no.
Okay. And you understood that 12E was present during the incident, obviously?
Correct. We understood, they were present, they were all acquainted.
And obviously, he would be an important potential witness in this case.
Could be.
Who's that?
Yes, sir.
And you testified as the case detective, it's your job to look for all relevant information, right?
Correct.
So to be clear, you arrested Mr. Mayers without even trying to speak to 12E.
Sustained.
Let's now move over to the house search that you conducted, okay? So this was on April 21st, you conducted the extensive search of Mr. Mayer's residence, correct?
Yes, April 20th, 2022.
And during the search, aside from what we all saw, we'll get into that and ask you about those things. You also saw boxes in his residence, right?
I'm sorry?
Boxes, like cardboard boxes.
Yes.
All right, I'm gonna just show you a picture of these things. You know, I guess we'll identify them as we go through the exhibit to each one.
Oh, these have not been marked.
Correct.
All right, your next exhibit is W is Woody.
Is it easier for you to see back there, or is it just reenact?
It's easier to see.
Okay, so you can turn around. This is W form?
Yes, W.
Okay. That's one of the photos you see, things packed in cardboard boxes there.
Correct.
Did you learn whether or not Mr. Mayers was in the process of removal at this point?
I was not aware that he was in the process.
How about the next one is? That would be defense.
X, as an X-ray.
You see those boxes there?
Yes, I do.
By the way, can I go back to the last photo, the W, I think? Those cardboard boxes that you see in this photo, did you search those?
The closed boxes, no.
I'm gonna just look for it. I know you said yes. Those boxes. Did you say- Oh, closed boxes.
Yes,
Oh, I
sealed
think you said
boxes.
closed, okay, closed. Closed boxes, sealed, okay. So you did not search those?
No.
Okay, next, please. No, the other one's okay, this one too. Did you search any of those bags or boxes there?
I don't recall going through them myself. I know the rooms that we've gone through.
I'm sorry?
I did not go through that room myself. I don't recall going through that room. But I know each room was searched by part of the team.
So if that room was searched and those boxes were searched, would there be a report on that?
If there was anything, again, found relative to the investigation, items that we were highlighted in this case, yes.
Well, you agree that those sealed boxes obviously weren't searched, right?
Correct.
The next one, please, which will be defense.
Y as in Young.
Wise, no. Same thing here, Wise and Young, that's what's in that box wasn't searched right there, correct?
Correct.
All right. Next,
C's and Zebra.
please, Zebra. Those suitcases, were they opened and searched, do you know?
I don't recall specifically from my memory.
Next,
AA, Adam.
AA. Same question.
Correct.
Sealed boxes were not opened and searched, correct?
Correct.
All right. Is that it?
One more.
One more.
BB.
There's a lot of stuff going on. I got to come up a little bit. Yeesh. A lot of colors and a lot of things there, but any of these sealed boxes that you see in the photo there,
No, sir.
they were not searched. And during the search, law enforcement did not recover a 9mm firearm, correct?
That's correct.
You did recover 9mm, Glock 9mm magazine,
That's correct.
and it was full, correct?
Yes, it was to capacity, 6 rounds.
Did you ever take the prints off of that magazine?
No.
You never printed that magazine?
No.
You were capable of doing that, correct?
Yes, sir, since it came from his bedroom, I didn't have it processed.
Okay. And there were 6 Sig Bluger 9mm cartridges, right?
In the magazine?
Yeah, in
Yes.
the magazine, right? The 9mm.
I see. Is he showing all of this to show the disarray that the house was in? He was moving, and therefore, sure, the manager's 9mm magazine could have been over there. Is that what is happening? I just clocked in that it feels like he because I don't think we didn't get all of those pictures with the state, but he's showing them to provide more perspective so that all these comments in here, that looks crazy. He really lived there, so that he can say, yeah, he was over there. He had been helping him. He was whatever he's going to say. And that's why the magazines are there. I'm wondering if that's the angle he's going to go. Let's see.
Cartridges were not loose or anything, they were inside that magazine. And that 9mm magazine, those 6 cartridges in the box, they were found in the box containing other magazines and other cartridges that were not 9mm.
That's correct.
We showed the pictures of the 2. So what I'm going to do next, I'm just going to show you real quickly something that you've already seen, but you may have seen it too. Just the pictures of the 2 shell casings recovered by Mr. Efron, and the 6 shell cases recovered inside the magazine.
Okay.
So the ones on the left there are say C. You see those?
This is the sensitivity.
It is, right?
Okay, this is going to be CC, Charlie Charlie.
Okay, CC, right? So the ones on the left, right there, so yes, those are the Sig Luger 9mm cartridges.
Yes, these are the live rounds that were recovered from the magazine and contained within the magazine.
Okay. And those are different cartridges, obviously. The brand of the one on the right is what's called FC, or Federal.
Yeah, FC Luger.
Right.
On the right are the spent casings.
Right. And Sig is the other one.
And the live rounds are Sig. I'm sorry. Sig.
6 Sauer?
6 Sauer Luger.
Okay, thanks. Okay. Okay. You also recovered was it 2 rifle magazines as well?
Correct.
As part of your investigation, you learned that Mr. Mayers was licensed to possess firearms. As part of your investigation, did you learn whether or not Mr. Mayers was licensed to carry firearms?
Objection, calls for yes or no.
Nothing I can confirm, but I heard he did.
You did, okay. And those 2,
Anything after nothing I could confirm as being non-responsive.
Sustain, the answer's true.
and
Calls for yes.
the 2, the one gun, what was it called? You know the name of that 44 Magnum? Desert Eagle. That was Mr. Mayers. That was registered to Mr. Mayers.
Correct.
Right, registered to Mr. Mayers.
Yes.
Object is again, calls for hearsay.
And the rifle was also registered to Mr. Mayers.
Second objection.
Overruled. That's correct.
Okay. Meaning legally registered to him, correct?
Yes, both those weapons are registered.
And the other weapon, gun, whatever you call it, that was recovered was the shotgun,
It was a shotgun.
and that was registered to an individual named Lou Levin.
I don't remember who specifically was registered to, but it was a legal.
It was a legal weapon.
Correct.
Also, all three were legal weapons.
Yes,
And as a matter of fact, that shotgun was given back to its rightful owner before he left the scene, correct?
I don't recall that Mr. Levin took it. That's just my recollection.
Okay, it's okay. Well, what would refresh your recollection?
I don't know if there's anything, obviously, Mr. Levin took possession of the house when we left. He took charge of the house, so what he removed after that, I'm not aware of.
Okay. I'm talking about what you removed, I'm talking about what you removed. You removed the two guns registered to Mr. Mathers, correct?
No.
You saying you left them in the house?
Yes,
You sure about that?
yes,
So you left those two, the Magnum and the rifle in the house?
yes,
And obviously the shotgun you left there as well?
yes, those are all legal weapons. And
All legal.
Not part of what our search warrant encompasses.
Okay, okay. By the way, you never asked Mr. Efron if he had firearms back in November of 2021, did you?
I don't recall asking him, I do recall making inquiries as far as runs or checks. And I don't recall finding any guns registered to him during that period of time.
We're on the read the preliminary hearing, page 271, lines 2 to 4. And the ones that,
What purpose is this hearing?
impeachment, you just said, don't full S.
It would be, it's not impeachment, it's a refresh.
Okay, refresh on that.
Just volume one or volume two? What's the page?
Page 271, your Honor, lines 2 through 4.
You just take the floor to testify?
Sorry, yes, of course.
What lines?
2 through 4.
Fair game.
I'm gonna,
It's fair game.
Your Honor, can
Detective,
No.
you were asked by
You
the,
follow it up if you want.
did you ever ask Mr. Efron if he had firearms back in 2021? Answer, not specifically. Now, you were here the other day when it was revealed that Mr. Efron was on a firing range in Los Angeles in October, late October 2021, correct?
Correct.
But the search of the house had 21 officers, more or less.
More or less.
When you spoke to Mr. Efron on November 9th, 2021, Mr. Efron told you that he believed he was grazed on his left hand knuckle.
I object to use facts and on that is, and I talked to him.
I'm sorry? He did not lie?
You have to inquire whether he said that. You're saying when the detective spoke to him, it assumes that that's what Efron said. So ask him if Efron said that.
Okay, this is short.
I know.
Okay. So on November 9th, 2021, did Mr. Efron tell you that he believed he was grazed on his left knuckle area?
Yes,
And despite supposedly being grazed by a bullet on November 6, 2021, Mr. Efron did not seek medical attention until returning to New York.
that's my understanding, yes.
And even though Mr. Efron waited to fly across country to receive medical treatment, obviously there are hospitals in Los Angeles that could have treated him, his injury, whatever it was.
Yes,
Fact is, Mr. Efron only went to the hospital after Detective Menifee on November 9, 2021, during a phone call, told him that he needs to go get medical attention or medically treated because of the type of case that this is, correct?
Objection, calls for speculation.
Okay, Your Honor, there's a tape in evidence that I'll play a portion of. You have the clip
I would object, it's hearsay.
in evidence.
The jury's already heard, so
It's evidence.
technically, it is hearsay, go on to something else. The jury's already heard it, you can play it in front of argument.
Okay, did you hear it? Did you hear it?
I remember the comment, I think remember that line of questioning, and I think I made a comment prior to that as well.
Okay.
And I think in the context that he was making a comment about his injury, and I think I also suggested he should get it looked at, and I think that's when Detective Menifee also made your statement.
Her statement was that he needs to go get medically treated because of the type of case that this is, correct?
I believe that's the context.
And with regard to his statements, Mr. Efron first reported this incident to the police. Again, just to be clear, 2 days later, November 8th, 2021.
Correct.
He didn't call 911.
No.
Didn't go to the police on November 6th, 2021.
That's correct.
Waited 2 days before reporting to law enforcement.
Yes, sir.
And when he did finally walk to a police station in Los Angeles to report to law enforcement, he did so in person with his attorney, Brian Hurwitz.
Yes.
And you were here last week when Mr. Efron testified on cross-examination that he did not recall telling law enforcement that he told him attorney Brian Hurwitz who told him to retrieve the shell casings from the scene. Were you here, sir?
Object is to relevance.
Were you here when he said that?
I believe I was.
But when Mr. Efron reported the incident to the police, he did, in fact, make that claim, correct? He told the police that after the alleged shooting, he called attorney Brian Hurwitz, and that Mr. Hurwitz told him to return to the scene of the altercation and retrieve the shell casings. Do you remember that? Sure.
Read it back, please.
But when Mr. Efron reported the incident to the police, he did in fact make that claim, correct? He told the police that after the alleged shooting, he called attorney Brian Horowitz, and that Mr. Horowitz told him to return to the scene of the altercation and retrieve the shell casings.
What's the legal basis?
They say
It is, yeah,
police.
it is.
He told you that Brian Hurwitz, his attorney, instructed him to return to the scene to retrieve the shell casings, correct?
I'm trying to recall the exact context. I know he made several calls and that he was given advice to go back. I don't remember the sequence of phone calls with Mr. Horowitz.
Okay, let me see if I can refresh your recollection. I'm going to show you your report.
Okay.
75 is the August 5th, 2022.
Is this the first page?
Second page.
22, so weird, but.
Yeah. Wait, 1 second. I don't see this.
I'm gonna object as to
Anything can be used to refresh recollection.
Your Honor, you already ruled, so that's my issue. I don't want to do a speaking objection, if you don't mind, we just wait for the approach.
Yes.
That comment about not having the video, I'm still stuck on. I know they've moved well beyond that, but I am still stuck there because I think that that is a big hurdle. But also, D Wood just asked about how fast you have to type to be a stenographer. But if you haven't watched the interview we did with the court reporter from YSL, Christina Reaver, watch it because I think my husband asked that question. But yeah, it's shorthand and it's not a regular keyboard. So the answer to what you're saying is no, you don't have to. The keyboard has sounds instead of letters. It's like literally a fascinating interview. I'm not even like being funny. It was really interesting to be able to hear her talk about the process and how she does it. It was really interesting. Yeah, and then they have to go back and like transcribe and clean up what they're saying. Good idea. Thank you for saying. I be forgetting, like, yeah, oh, go find it. Mind you, you know what you need to know about being on the internet? Make things easy for people. If you want them to do something, make it easy. That is the thing I have learned and still forget. So thank you for the reminder. Let me find the link. Let me find it.
So this is what we show you. You know what it is. Okay. Just read this part here. 1, 2, 3, 4 sentences. Just put a bunch of stuff down. Detective, having read that, does it refresh your recollection that Mr. Efron mentioned that he was told by his attorney to return to the scene of the location and retrieve the gun case?
Yes, sir. That's not what that even says, Your Honor, and you're correct.
You want to read it verbatim? You just said yes, first of all. That's
Is the answer yes?
The answer is yes.
Go on to something. The objection's overruled.
okay. You and Detective Manfrey eventually interviewed Mr. Efron's attorney, Brian Hurwitz, on March 22nd.
Objection to all this.
Sustained.
In any event, law enforcement secured Mr. Efron's phone records from the night of the incident, November 6, 2021.
Correct.
And the incident happened at 10:17 p.m. That's I think we've established 25 seconds more or less. Sir,
Yes, roughly from one incident to the second incident to the end.
And as you say, Mr. Efron, an individual returned to the scene at 11:09, correct?
Correct, based on the video camera.
Based on video camera. And you'd agree, by the way, that Mr. Efron's phone records do not show a single call between him and Brian Hurwitz between 10:17 and 11:09.
Not that I recall, no, sir.
And in fact, Mr. Hurwitz's phone number, which in one of your reports, I'm not going to say it out loud here, appears in Mr. Efron's phone records on November 10th, 2021, at 12:19 p.m. LA time.
I'm not sure about the exact dates, Jack, as well.
So,
I'm not exactly sure about the date and time of that first call with Mr. Hurwitz on that line.
okay. Do you want to stick with it, Ed? Show me the report. How the time? I don't want to, you know, you should. Want to use the 405 keys?
He's saying that that Relly didn't actually have a phone call with Brian Hurwitz until the next day. Is that what he said? Not the night of the incident. Problematic. Not the night of the incident, which would be problematic because he said that the attorney told him to go back and get the shell casings.
They're not getting the call to Mr. Hurwitz until a few days later.
I recall some point after, yes. Correct,
All right, that's, you know what, that's fine.
at least directly, that show up directly.
Right. But certainly not on November 6th, going into the morning, November 7th.
Again, nothing directly.
Directly as opposed to indirectly.
A three-way call, somebody, three-way to call, something like that.
Did you see any indication of three-way call on the phone?
I don't know that it would necessarily reflect three-way calls, just a direct call to somebody. But again, not that I'm aware of. until after.
Well, did you see any calls between time of 10:17 and 11:09, for example? What's that wrong?
I don't recall seeing any calls between that time.
As detective, you agree, when conducting an investigation of an alleged shooting, you wouldn't want anyone who's not law enforcement moving evidence or taking evidence from the scene, right?
Correct,
Because that could tamper with and hinder your investigation.
it can.
Now, you interviewed Mr. Efron's girlfriend, correct?
Correct,
Ms. Parker.
yes.
You never took Ms. Parker's phone?
No.
Okay. So that they're obviously never examined it to see what texts or calls have been made from it.
Not from her phone physically, no.
You said you saw the videos in this case,
Yes,
all of them.
yes.
You never saw a video with Ms. Parker returning to the scene.
None that were collected, no.
And I want to ask a question, but I'm not well on how the court's ruling, and it's a question that would be prejudicial to them if I asked it and you.
All right, why don't you come on up, off the record, let me know what it is.
Yeah.
Here's where I'm getting caught up. There was testimony that Relly spoke to an attorney that night. That's from a prior situation, I have to go back through my clips, but there was a prior time that Takapina called him out, like in this phone interview or whatever, you said that you spoke to Brian Hurwitz that night and he told you to go back and get the shell casings. That's one version. Another version when Relly was on the stand is he said he didn't speak to the attorney that night. He had his business partner on a phone conversation. He said it was his assistant, but on the stand, he said his business partner was making the calls. They're waiting for him to call him back. But he said he didn't speak to him the next day. And then there's what I'm trying to understand is, was he prompted to go get, and then the officers, I'm trying to understand, was he prompted to go get bullets by the lawyer or by himself? I'm getting please right.
You saw that, I think we discussed, I don't know if Mr. Rizzola played it for you, but the in-person interview with Mr. Efron in December of 2021, where you showed the video of what was initially him returning to the scene. You saw that here?
Correct.
Okay. And when he was watching the video, he said initially that was him, correct?
Yes, that's what, I mean, he indicated by the form of question. You're talking about the interview on December 17th?
The interview on December 17th regarding the person returning at 11:09.
Correct.
So that was him, right?
That was, again, what he was indicating in the form of his questioning.
You heard Mr. Efron's testimony regarding that and the evolution of that belief. He first testified here before the jury that was him. And Mr. Rizzola asked him, he was sure that was him. You recall that, and then he subsequently changed to that's not.
Jackson argument.
It's not like that's saying
This is stay to the word evolution.
changed, which I thought was synonym for evolution, changed into it wasn't. You saw that testimony?
Yes.
Okay. And you heard Mr. Efron say his girlfriend was there, but he then said maybe she was in the parking lot. You remember him saying that?
Correct.
Meaning that may be the reason why she's not on video?
Correct.
Okay. And then Mr. Rizzola asked him about the clothes being different, like he did with you just now. You remember what Mr. Efron initially said?
Objection, relevance, and hearsay.
He was just asked on the record.
I don't recall his exact response.
Remember him saying, I'm sure that was me, but I probably went and changed my clothes. Remember testifying to that?
I'm sorry, I didn't, sir.
Okay, it's okay. During your in-person interview with Mr. Efron on December 2021, you asked him why he continued to follow Mr. Mayor's even though he had a gun, right?
Yes.
Because according to you, you told him that would seem to be an odd thing to do.
Yes.
Okay. And when you asked him that, why did he continue to follow Mr. Mayers after seeing a gun? Mr. Efron couldn't give you a clear answer. What he said was, I don't know why.
Objection, argument, and hearsay.
The first part of the question is argumentative. Excuse me, the first part of the question is argumentative, the second part is not. Read the question back.
Just on that argument.
When you asked him that, why did he continue to follow Mr. Mayers after seeing a gun? Mr. Efron couldn't give you a clear answer. What he
Yeah, all
said,
That part.
That part about Efron couldn't give
You
a.
get what I understand.
Ask the question again.
I'm gonna ask it again. When you asked Mr. Efron, why did he continue to follow Mr. Mayers after seeing a gun? What he said was he didn't know why.
Correct.
With respect to the video recovered in this case, which you've seen the image of Mr. Mayers holding an object, which according to you appears to be a gun. You agree, without having that object, you cannot help that it's not a gun, correct?
On the first incident,
Yes, sir.
yes.
On the video where you see Mr. Mayers holding what appears to be a gun.
Correct. On the parking structure, the first video camera, yes. I mean, without it, anything else appearing on that video other than him holding what I believe to be a handgun I cannot determine whether or not that's an operational gun or firearm gun, correct?
And with regard to the video incident, after reviewing the footage captured from 16 Vista Del Mar, that law enforcement prepared a document entitled Video Download Information Summary. Remember that?
Yes,
And in that document, law enforcement described what it could observe in the footage. Which one? Hearsay or hearsay? You prepared a document describing what you could observe in the video footage, correct?
correct. Notes that kind of detail what specifically can timestamp at certain points of different angles, angle for angle, and then obviously looking at everything collectively from all the angles together.
And for example, what you saw appeared to be a struggle on the street at 2217.
Correct.
Specifically, what that video shows is Mr. Efron apparently struggling with bills, ASAP bills.
Yes,
And you also detailed approximate distances observed within the video, right?
roughly.
And you listed various times of various events seen on the video.
Correct.
You described that as a subject, you described that a subject was in a dark colored jacket or sweater.
Correct.
In preparing the report, obviously you want to document anything that you observed on the video which was considered important with respect to the case.
Yeah, just give a rough timestamp of what the events took place and give it a holistic view at the end of which we can look at all the pieces together and tell the story.
But in the report, you didn't want to leave anything important out.
Well, again, these are just notes to mark timestamps. So yes, what I thought was important relative to that frame.
And clearly, as part of the investigation, the difference was, if a gun or a shooting were observed on the video from 1616 Vista Del Mar, that's something you would have documented in your summary, correct?
Again, sir, it's collectively, I mean, that's part of A, where the incident began, where we observed it on, B, where the struggle took place, and we can see various individuals running in different directions. And then as we move up, collectively, we see the next video with sound, where we can hear the gunshots. I mean, it's collectively, not just one piece.
Okay, so let me just make sure you understood that question.
Okay.
Again.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. Clearly, as part of the investigation, if a gun or a shooting were observed on the video from 1616 Vista Del Mar, that's something you would have documented in a summary. Yes?
Yes,
That's it. But that summary that you have, by the way, certainly does not document that a shooting was observed, right?
I mean, not from that angle, it's documented what can actually be observed from that angle, which is, I mean, the view is fuzzy, it gives you an overview of the motion that's going on, but again, pieced together with everything else, it's,
But that document, that summary does not document that a shooting was observed, right?
correct, it does not.
In fact, that summary does not even document that a gun was observed in the video from 1616 Vista Del Mar.
Correct, that first angle, correct.
So you agree there's, in the video, from the video, there's no evidence in the video from 1616 Vista Del Mar that actual gun was being discharged, correct?
Judge, relevance and video speaks for itself.
Nothing that I could observe in detail that I can see as a gun. Again, it's in frame with everything else, maybe,
Well, here's my question.
correct.
These are, my question.
All right,
All right? Almost done. You agree from the 1616 Vista Del Mar video, that video, the one that shows the whole struggle and all the other stuff, right? You agree that there is no evidence from that video of an actual gun being discharged, correct?
correct, from that view by itself, no.
The sequence surveillance video that you put together overlaps video from the 1616 Vista Del Mar video with the audio from the 6200 Hollywood Boulevard video.
Correct.
All right. And that's the People's Exhibit 15, is that right? It is 15, okay. And you did that, right? You basically overlapped the video from 1616 East Belmar that had no audio, right?
Correct,
Okay. And the audio from 6200 Hollywood.
correct.
And you put it together. And you agree that the 1616 East Belmar video, you just said this doesn't have any sound, but the video from 6200 Hollywood Boulevard does.
That's correct.
So you overlapped the videos from each location, trying to show when the shot would have occurred during the 1616 East Belmar video.
Correct.
Okay. Of course, if the overlap detected is off, even by a fraction of a second, the shot would not have occurred during the precise moment shown on the overlap 1616 East Belmar video, correct?
Correct.
And with regard to the 6200 Hollywood Boulevard video, you extracted 3 sets of videos from 3 different cameras maintained by the business at that location.
Correct.
And it's been stipulated, you heard of that, we agreed
Yes.
on something. It's been agreed that the date and timestamp on the 3 cameras from 6200 Hollywood Boulevard are approximately 2 to 3 minutes faster than actual time.
That's correct.
And the reason the cameras are approximately 2 to 3 minutes faster than actual time instead of the exact amount is because each camera's off from an actual time by a different amount.
Yes, sir. I mean, it's not unusual when we collect video.
Yes, it's unusual. Okay. So the reason that you're using a range of 2 to 3 minutes as opposed to 2 minutes and 4 seconds is because each of those cameras is off from actual time by a different amount.
Yes.
For instance, on camera 1, you hear the first shot at 10, 15, 53 seconds. Hold on before we play it. We have to mark this. This is a defense exhibit.
I'm gonna object to see this states the stipulation.
That's what. What's there?
He's saying the video from 6200 Hollywood was off by 2 to 3 minutes. He's talking about the business, the parking lot entrance, and the
What don't you two confirm? If I don't need to get involved, I don't want to get involved.
So that's what it's on. The 6200 Hollywood. The one that's off 2 to 3 minutes is this one. Yes.
What's on Thursday for Karen? What is it?
You guys didn't know it was action. I'm not yet. I'm not yet.
Based on what we just got here. You want us? Yeah.
I do need to do a recap on Karen. I need to tap in because I know a ton of things.
The day after tomorrow, Thursday, and as close to that time as possible, we will resume statutory and have to return on Thursday. Please don't discuss the case amongst yourself or anybody else.
All right, y'all. We made it. 5.5 hours I spent with y'all all day. I hope you guys had a good time, as good as it can get, considering you're watching the real life trial of somebody's life that could result in them going to jail. So I say that very aware of the reality of the situation. I'm gonna go make dinner, and I'm going to go get my child. I had a good time with y'all, though. We'll see how Thursday goes, since there's no court. They said no court tomorrow for this trial. There's no ASAP Rocky tomorrow. They'll be back on Thursday. And then if you're in Patreon, I think I'm going to try to see if we can do the debrief tomorrow to talk about this case. So no court tomorrow, so I don't have to go, which is even better. All right. Y'all have a awesome night. Do make good decisions. Don't do anything that's going to make me have to do an I'm not a lawyer but video on you, because if you do it, I will. Okay. I'll get the documents and I will do it. Y'all have a good night. All right. And thanks for joining everybody who became a member or joined the Patreon. Appreciate y'all. All right. Bye. Bye.